Oh my goodness, that's a little loud. Give me a second. Wait, is that even? That's too quiet. Is things okay now? Is things okay now? I can't tell because of the All right, I'll be right back. Not right back. I mean, it's looking okay on the streams, on the tubes. Yeah. Okay, we'll figure this out soon. Oh man, I didn't restart my PC. Things are gonna go a bit slow as well. But first off, I'll need to let people know that I am live. And that's the Twitches. And let's just copy this. Wait, why are you in this uniform? Switch back. There we go. Okay, what else do I need to do? Right. I'm just gonna switch over to my face cam real quick to let people know that I'm live. Hello folks, me and Big and I'm back. We're live. We're just chatting away, talking about tarot cards and things. So hopefully we'll get that started. The stream's gonna have lower viewership than usual, I expect, because this is not a very popular topic. And I'm also on the Twitches rather than this, on the just chatting. So we're just going to do that. And there's quite a fair bit of things I need to actually do to get my whatchamacallit. Okay, let me just go check my Discord and see if things are working properly. Yep, new emojis, announcements. Yep. That's weird. Okay, let me just see that. Okay, that's... Can I add somebody else? Hmm. Oh, that might have been a problem. I'm not sure if everybody's in this channel, in the announcements channel. Okay, we'll see. Mm. I'll see if that works. If I ping people specifically. Okay. No. Volume off for that. No, don't like the sponsor. Even though that's my way of monetizing. Yeah, we're getting some more tarot card stuff going, hopefully. And YouTube still being a bit of a bee here. But I don't know how or I'm going to get this properly going without doxing or getting things kind of problematic. Oh well. I'm just going to put this here for now as the go-to window. Or maybe I could pop up one of the other Google apps as the default window here. Yep, ROTK Tarot. Just pop this up. There we go. It's probably not the most good option, but we shall see if that's going to have to be the thing. Okay. Welcome, folks, to the stream. This stream is going to be super scuffed, right? But we'll see if the scuffedness is going to work out in our favor. I'm just looking through the live streams to make sure that everything is working fine. It's working fine on the various different feeds right now. And whoever's here, thank you for being here.
Howdy howdy, I'm out and about working, so sorry if I don't respond much until I get to my hotel.
No worries. That's fine. Just give me a second. Mana, when I actually pinged at everyone in the announcement, did it show up on your Discord notification or not? Because I didn't know if it did. Because if it didn't, then it's a bit scuffed.
Let me check.
Yep. Because if I've been doing that, then it didn't. That makes sense. Okay. I need to switch over to my other tubes channel. There we go. All right. Okay. Because I put it in the announcements tab and it didn't show up properly in the announcements tab. And I'm not sure if the music's too loud or just right, but we'll see. And also the last group, Group H, is still going on. Yep. So I'll need to actually get that up and running as well in the notifications in the announcement. Wow, it's things are happening so fast. Whatchamacallit? We're already done. By today, we're already done with the quarterfinals. No, not the quarterfinals. We're already done with the first rounds, group stage. Okay. Okay. But I'll just slowly make sure that everything is kind of working. And yeah, if everything's working, that's fine. But it's going to be a little bit of a okay. Are things going to be scuffed? Damn it. My PC is asking me to restart. Okay. I will need to head to my Space app screen and then add various different things. Now that's my member screen. Okay. Give me a second while I add I need a is it a screen capture of sorts? Or a window capture? That's a window capture. Is this
Whale shark.
doot 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 doot.
Howdy howdy.
Howdy howdy. It's gonna be this is gonna be a bit of a different stream. Because we're not playing video games today, we're talking tarot cards.
I'm back in Houston.
Wait, were you
Not
okay.
flying anymore.
Yeah. And are you finished with the lagging of the
school
jets?
is here.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna suck. Jet lag's gonna suck. What is I'm just looking at all the various different windows.
I am Ant.
Yeah. I'm seeing if this is oh, that's a little bit too big. So big. It's not what I wanted to do at all. But transform, reset, transform. Yikes. What else do I need to add? And is it crop? Oh yeah, I probably need to do proper cropping. No, filters. There we go. Filter. Let's do cropping and padding. see how much of a crop the top is. Okay. What about left? To the left, to the left. And to the right, to the
Yes,
right.
I was pinged on Discord.
Ah, okay. Just to make sure that the Discord notification is working. Okay, good. Do I want to crop the bottom at all? I don't think we need to crop the bottom. Close. And transform, reset. Okay.
Underscore Biggie Biggie Cook.
Yeah, we have new emojis. Isn't that cool?
New Biggie emojis.
Yes. Yesterday, Talenton came in and basically gave us a bunch of new, a bunch of memberships.
Hiya breads.
Yep. Gave us a bunch of new memberships. So.
I seen the new emojis, they are great.
Yep.
Hiya mans.
And we'll see if we could. Okay, let's just keep that. I'll transform fit to screen for that. Okay. That's absolutely abysmal to see on the vertical. You can't see anything here. Just give me a second while I think we need to do that. Yeah, that's probably the closest I could get to getting as much of it on screen as possible for the vertical stream. Okay. Yep, I think for the vertical stream, it's gonna be it's gonna have to be a bit scuffed. And we'll see if we can get this up and running and going properly. And for some odd reason, do I need to lock these? Okay, yep, that's the rows are frozen. That's good. So that's probably going to be okay. Okay. Right. And there's I'm just slowly adding more and more things to the screen so that people can actually appreciate the kind of the card designs and things. So hopefully that'll work out. But yeah, this is a stream that Talenton requested, so hopefully he'll show up here or there. And we'll see if the stream is going to work the way it's supposed to. But yeah, I'm going to thank my members just in case, because we have new emojis thanks to Talenton. I need to actually set up so that Talenton now has the same image size as Apilux. Wait. Okay. Give me a second.
Underscore Biggie Biggie Cook : underscore Biggie Biggie GG : underscore Biggie Biggie RIP.
Yep. Come on. That's not what I wanted to do. Yep. So it's, yep. We have Apilux and Talenton as premium members. Manta and Chris Burton. I think Talenton and Apilux and Manta should be on the Pantheon.
Red heart this bro.
Yeah. And we have Lord Yelnak, Brosant, and Ozor as honor members. Burton as well should be on that row. But we'll see if we could actually get this. My body. Okay, thank you for being members at the time of streaming. Watch vids early, cool badges and emojis for whenever you comment. For the rest of you guys, don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you want to see more. Click on the bell to get notified for when I go live, etc. And I will be trying to upload more on the whatchamacallit, shorts feed regarding the Tarot of the Three Kingdoms. Might be a bit of a pivot on my channel, or maybe the smarter thing was to go onto a separate little channel and rebrand, right? Okay, so these are some of my tarot cards, but I'm just thinking if if there's going to be I'm going to plot in AI generated images here and there, and Talenton also has a whatchamacallit, a bit of an idea of what he wants to see, because he doesn't only want to see Three Kingdoms cards. He wants to see what's the word? Okay, give me a second. Images of AI generated stuff. So I'm gonna have ChatGPT start generating things on stream. So let's go ahead and have him. It's interesting though, if that whenever I go at A, it opens Audacity for some odd reason. Create text prompt for image gen of the Fool card. And it's not Fool, it's Fool, not the Fool. And we'll wait until it pops up before we start doing things. Hope you're doing well, Brad. Just while you're here, feel free to rant about how your trip was and how well you're coping with the jet lag. When you went to Korea, you went to Japan, you went to you went to Korea, you went to Japan, you went to Vietnam, you went to Brazil over the course of several days. So I bet you have a lot of stories to tell. And again, be extra careful not to dox yourself, right? And things are going to, okay, because I'm using a more advanced version of the, whatchamacallit, text to speech. Now for the AI prompting, it's going to be a little bit of a while before I actually look at, able to see various different things. And I hope you're not too bored while I just rant and rave and just chat away. Right? Because I'm gonna need to depend a lot on the chat and things to carry this stream pretty much. There's not gonna be a lot of images popping up. Wait, why is the... Okay. Yeah, there's not gonna be a lot of images popping up. But hopefully we'll get that rectified soon. But I'm also working on whatchamacallit, other little emojis. Yeah, you know what? While Chat GPT does its thing, and I'll make sure that it does it. Yep. Okay. Before that, I'm not gonna ask it to create an image. That's dumb. I'll have it web search reference images regarding Liu Bei, the crossing of the Tan River. This is just for consistency. Maybe check different sources from Japan and China as well. Yep. But the thing is, okay, I might actually need to go with whatchamacallit DeepSeek for image search or references, because DeepSeek is the Chinese model, so it might actually have a better grasp of searching through things like Baidu or other Chinese search engines. Okay. All right. Well, that is working. Yeah. Well, that is working. Let me just see if I can show off some of my emojis that I've been working on. Let's do that. Okay. So what is this image? Let's go to properties. No, not this one. I'm going to look for...
Yo, my big bro is here.
Yep.
Hello, Biggie.
Hello. I'm just looking at all the various different emojis that I am in the process.
You have great content.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The newer emojis and things. Well, let's see. So let's see if we have... Yeah, we have this one. Well, but which one is the one that I'm working on currently? Yeah, you're... So we already have Biggie Cook. Okay, press OK here. And let's see. Yeah, we already have Biggie Cook, right? That's the new emoji. It is literally just let me cook for a little bit. It's great for whenever we have to...
Hey, people's O slash.
Oh, hey, Talenton. Hello, hello, hello. Right, there's a bunch of things. Thanks for being here. This is going to be one of the lesser... this is going to be one of those really scuffed streams that there's not a lot of things going on. And let me just see if I could actually get that going for...
You hello, Talentix.
Yep. There's not a lot Yeah, there's not going to be a lot going on. But we have some new emojis to show off before we get started, right? So we've got Biggie Cook. You know, it is
Hey,
the...
bro's on.
It is
It's been
the...
a little long.
Yep. It's been a long time without you, my friend. Long day. Long time. Give me a second while I make adjustments as well on the... Yeah, you need to be below Poke members.
Long challenging health day.
Oh, I see. Okay. I understand. Ah, there we go. Yeah.
Underscore Biggie Cook.
Yeah, we've got the... This is the Biggie Cook emoji. That's what that's what we have right now. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get things well, like whenever, if you feel up
Nice.
to it or not.
It's looking good.
Yep. Okay, there we go. That's Biggie Cook. Basically, it's a let me cook moment. The next one that we are having in store is Biggie GG. Yep. Y'all might notice that this is the whatchamacallit, the new channel unlockable content whatchamacallit as well. What's the word I'm looking for? That's the new channel logo as well for Discord. It's really cute, right? And I'm just showing these off until I get ChatGPT to work on things slowly. Yep.
It's coming together really well.
Yep. And just give me a second while I ask it to do
and I like
things.
the layout you've got for the tarot meanings and design elements.
Yes. I'm also doing a bunch of off-screen ChatGPT things. Yep. More recent images, particularly designs by Koei. Yep. For their ROTK series. Yep. So basically, I'm doing a content pipeline things over on ChatGPT to get it to properly find images that we could reference. And okay, this is
Xiao Chen as the High Priestess. Genius.
Yes. Okay, there's a bunch of various different things that I could call upon. But okay, you know what? I'll get things started eventually. I'm going to be relatively slow about this as well, so that's a bit unfortunate. No, wait a minute. So Biggie GG is here. We have a new one, which is Biggie Rip, which is whenever I'm on my side. This is pretty much just me. Yep, Biggie Rip. I'm on my side today. I might also change the eyes here to make it like X's, because yep, Rip, we're on our side today. And we have and I'm working on redoing some of the old emojis, which I'll need to update soon. Here's Biggie Bonk. Yep, so Manta's getting bonked.
At Bread's brother, you successfully redeemed ADHD for 10 LP.
And this is the new Biggie hype, so it looks a lot more like oh wait, that's the smaller version. Biggie hype 512. That's the newer hype. Yep. That's a new hype emoji. And the new Biggie Love emojis here. Yep. And there's also a bunch.
Same, slow, and popping in and out here, but I am enthused about this project. I'll be here however long and intensely I can be. Biggie RIP is a good one. Today would be a chatter RIP for me. Underscore Biggie Biggie Bonk underscore Biggie ha underscore Biggie Love underscore Biggie GG underscore Biggie Cook underscore Biggie RIP underscore Biggie Nope underscore Biggie Hype underscore Biggie Dances to the TDS beatbox.
Yes, it is the TDS beatbox, but we have Biggie Love, we got Biggie Hype, and there's a couple more that I'm still working on, which is Biggie Him is.
Sorry for the spam.
No worries. Oh great, Biggie Him is a little bit too big. You know what? Let's just cancel this. Yep.
I didn't mean to do that.
No.
All good, boys on.
No, that's fine. It's all good. It's a bit of a ongoing channel meme, anyways. Okay. And then now I'll get it after it's done with create image at 9:16. Yep. Because what's happened regarding the friggin' image gen is that it has improved a lot. Like ChatGPT image gen has improved significantly. So okay, while we go about you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to put the placeholder. I'm gonna put Biggie as a placeholder. Or no.
You know the song Biggie, can't you see?
Yeah. Biggie, can't you see? Yep.
Imagine remaking that with your emojis.
No. Actually, I thought about oh god, just gave me another ADHD tangent moment. I just thought about having that instead of Biggie, as in the rapper is as Big E, as in the Emperor. Can't you see? Certainly. Okay.
Underscore Biggie hum underscore Biggie hum underscore Biggie hum. Can't you see? At Data Lantonks, you successfully redeemed ADHD
you have,
for
you have to
10
let me
LP.
cook. You have to let me cook
Love
a little
it.
bit. Yep. Sorry. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to actually go over all of the various different cards, right? While we wait. Like currently, my okay, so
Underscore Biggie Cook underscore Biggie Cook underscore Biggie Cook. Can't you see?
Yep. But okay. So let's go ahead and get started on Romance of the Three Kingdoms as tarot cards. And I'm going to wait until I need a little bit of a reminder to get ChatGPT to say, yep. And create image of 9:16 of the tarot card with all the correct details. Yeah, okay. Hopefully it'll come up with something nice, right? So let's talk about the tarot card that we're going to start off with in the series, which is the Fool, right? If you look...
Biggie, can you see?
Yes. Yeah, I'm a bit of a fool here, but the Fool tarot card is probably one of my favorites because if you know anything about tarot cards, is that the full meaning for the spontaneity and the recklessness and their tarot cards.
Biggie Cook is in Gendo pose and I am here for it.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. Okay. You know exactly where I'm referencing. Yes. You know exactly where it's from. You are as cultured as I am. So, yep. Give me a second while I get you. But the thing is, if you didn't know, I've had different uniforms for different costumes for this guy, but and the way I switch between them is using numbers.
Biggie Genesis Kook Vangelion.
Yep, definitely. You have this, you have the servitor version, and yeah, just the normal version. I might need to come up with a new Three Kingdoms version for this dude if I ever do the stream again. All right, with that being said, let's talk about the full card, the full card, and
that will be great.
yeah, let's start. Right. So the Fool. If you talk about the original The Fool, from the whatchamacallit, the original deck, it has a it means spontaneity and new beginnings, right? And the other side is the recklessness and carelessness and foolishness, right? And the thing is, there's a chapter in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Okay. Oh, I've gotten... No, that's not it. I'm going to...
Are you using rider weight as your baseline for visual design elements to include?
Yes, yes. I have to use rider... Well, we'll use rider weight as the baseline. The rider weight options have elements that are interesting, and I think it's nice to carry over as well. For example, the rider weight has like I'll see if it could carry. I'll see how well the image gen does, but it's going to take a while.
For nice decks, that's the standard. Go with the story we all know by heart.
Yes. Right, because and if you don't, the rider weight one has all of the, because the thing is, interpretations of the various different things in the rider weight meaning has a lot of significance already, right? And okay, I'll talk to you about the story of you know already the Fool card that here it is. Okay, it's
exactly.
No. Okay. Right. It didn't do very well for the image gen at all. No. Okay. Right. It's missing quite a fair bit of things that I'm actually requesting for it. Yep. Okay. Depict D-loop. Yep. So for the D-loop, this is just a, let me just see if I could save the image. But this is going to be a...
So Fool is Lube and the dialogue. Hence
yes.
Mark. Horse.
Yes, it is. Right. But let's save the image here and see if I could actually show it off to you. This is...
Smart.
Yep. Let's go and make some... not the filter. I'm gonna browse. Go to... The thing is, there's just so much. Okay, there's just so much in parallel here that... Okay, let's just see if I could do this and go transform, reset transform, and and go fit to screen here. Yep. Okay, right. We'll put it on that side, and I'll go fit to screen on here as well. Transform, fit to screen for the vertical. Okay, I'll keep it at that. I'm not gonna go too overboard with the settings. Okay.
I like the art style, but ChatGPT went too Knight of Swords, too little the Fool.
Yeah. That's fine. But this is just me prompting. But the it missed out a quite fair bit of details here. So let's just go talk about the design, what I actually want, right? But we'll need to get it prompting to get it up to tempo, right? So here are my workplace. Here is my interpretation of the fool. If I got it to generate properly, right? Because the fool in its original meaning, the cliff becomes because he leaps off a cliff into the Tan stream, right? And the Dilu horse itself is the traveling companion rather than the white dog, right? The fool's knapsack is supposed to be turned into a small bundle containing Liu Bei's humble straw sandals. Yep. So he's going to have the straw sandals to represent his humble beginnings. The white rose becomes a single pale phoenix feather to foreshadow Pang Tong's demise. And the sun up on top as well is just the same, right? Okay.
Counter identification will be important. There are a lot of visually interconnected miniature stories.
Yes.
Okay. Good explanation.
Yeah. There's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while until I prompt it to the point that it actually gets all the details right. Like ChatGPT does hallucinate quite a fair bit on what it does, and it's also very, very. I'll tell you, it's improved significantly, I think, for what it's actually able to do, because we could go with several little bit of details happening right now, right? And okay, so here's the thing let me explain why my choice is the Dilu horse there, and I'll scroll over here, right? And this was going to be the card meaning, right? So the Dilu horse, also known as the hex mark, was believed to be a horse that give its rider ill fortune. Yep. So but despite the warnings of his peers, Liu Bei continued to ride the jinxed steed, and basically it's a foolish act, certainly, because it's dictated by the norms of the time, that it's quite a foolish thing to do. Like, oh no, why are you riding this horse? That's foolish. You should give it to someone else, and it deals a lot with superstitions, right? Whereas nowadays we know these superstitions is what they are. But he was later rewarded when he was in danger. The horse leapt into the river and swam across the river, saving his life, right? And the fool's original meaning, of course, is taking the leap of faith, literally. And you go toward, like, the cliff represents that that whole leap of faith. And this is a literal leap of faith that happened in the story. And it is a story that highlights both the ups and downs of the fool, because
Right, good pick.
Yeah. So as you can see, in the upright position, the fool represents the spontaneity, and it's like new beginnings and free spirit. And by venturing forth into the unknown, the Dilu horse miraculously crosses the Tan River, and it's basically you gotta be a bit of a fool, or the thing is, there's something called knowledge paralysis, right? And you got to be a bit of an idiot. Like, what are you, a fool to do that? Like, same thing was said
Into
about
the unknown.
Yes.
Into the unknown.
Yep. The same thing could be nice. The thing that could be said, same thing could be said about going to the moon, right? That's a relatively dumb thing to do. It's stupid. It's foolish to go to the moon, especially in 1969, when literally they have the processing power of a calculator aboard the friggin' spaceships. You gotta be a fool to do that. But without taking that first leap, you can't actually achieve anything. Right? It's about taking that first step anyways. That's a really good meaning for a card, right? And if you know anything about the lore, okay, give me a second while I...
Very much so.
Yeah. If you know anything about the lore, later on, in the reverse position, the Fool represents recklessness and carelessness. He was once warned that if he gave the horse to any other person, ill fortune will befall them instead. Right? So he lent the horse to his most trusted advisor, Pang Tong, and it ended up costing the advisor's life. Right? And the thing is, it's completely superstition. Like, and it's kind of reflected it's just a very kind of like interesting choice for the writer to actually include that as a writing choice, because it is like it undercuts his whole narrative as well of, hey, that's all just superstition, right? But at the same time, it is very, yeah, and at the same time, it is just like, hey, I think it's a choice by the writer to say that, hey, there are times when taking the leap of faith is important, but there are other times that you should heed the advice of other people, and being taking the leap of faith and being reckless are different things. So yeah, that's the Fool, right? And let's see what and let's just create some.
And risking yourself versus risking others.
Yeah, certainly. Next up is the Magician, right? I'm not going to generate any more art right now because I think it's a bad idea. It's going to take up a lot of time. I hope you understand, but this is just a bit of a stylistic choice here and there. I'm going to not waste water having ChatGPT generate art that I am not happy with, right? Okay. So with that being said, let's go ahead and go to the Magician. I could just go. I'll warn you now. I could go on and on and on and on at various different things, but some of these have more detailed thoughts and scripts written about it later. But here we go. So the Magician, right? So it's about manifestation and power and resourcefulness. And Zhuge Liang is definitely the very, very essence of the Magician card. Like he embodies it.
I will be able to stay for Zhuge, but I gotta get laying back down after.
Oh man.
Yes, perfection.
Yeah, it is the complete perfection of what the Magician is, because a magician in all of its forms, right? As Romance of the Three Kingdoms' most famous strategist, Zhuge Liang might be known for his ability to perform feats of magic. Certainly, like he's like a magician in the lore. It feels like he's done miraculous magician things, but like borrowing the east wind, can conjure the wind, and he has godly disguises. But his most important characteristic for all of Zhuge Liang, of all Romance of the Three Kingdoms, is being able to impact the course of history by the power of his words. The initial meaning of magician, right? And if you know anything about the term of magicians, yes, that is manifestation. And if you know anything about magicians and alchemists, I think Isaac Newton was labeled as the last alchemist or the last magician, because that's when
abracadabra.
Yeah.
By speaking, I create.
Yeah. That is literally the meaning. But there's a certain there's a certain distinction, is that where like that is the idea behind manifestation. Every single thing he's done, right? His magic and everything is explained within the lore. Okay, let me see what I've written down previously regarding the magician, right? In the upright position, he manifestation, power, and resourcefulness, although we might not have a fantastical abilities in real life, right? We can alter the world around us using our words and actions. So, from forming an alliance with the Wu Kingdom, military prowess, Zhuge Liang was able to impact the world even long after his death. That's key. That's the thing. Like, he was still talking about him today, right? So whatever words you will live by and whatever words you will leave behind as your legacy. Wow, I love this. I remember writing this as part of the as an important thing about manifestations. They remain even after death. That's the most powerful thing a human being can do. Like, the power of words. That's why
that's
quotes.
Really well written.
Yeah, quotes are really, really like. That's why I think words are really, really important. Like, like. I think this is going to be, since you're here and you might not be here for the rest of the stream, right? The important thing about this is my personal worldview regarding human beings and life in general. Okay, this is my thing, is that there are, there's that quote that goes around about how people have two lives, two deaths, right? Two deaths, which is when their body dies. That's the first death, right? And the second one is when their memories or their name is spoken for the last time.
Right.
Yep.
The last time their name is spoken.
Yeah. That's last time their name is spoken. I believe that there's a third. My personal opinion, there's a third. That's the last time their death and the last time the name is spoken. But the most important thing, and that leaves even more of an impact.
The last time we're quoted.
Not even the last time we're quoted. The last time we're quoted pales in comparison. The last time, the last legacy a human being has is the difference they made. Because nobody remembers the name of the guy who invented the flush toilet. Or the friggin' toilet paper. I know it's a bit of a down joke, and nobody remembers the flush toilet, who invented it. But everybody uses it. Well, everybody who has access to it can use it. Or who came up with a fork. But literally, it has impacted society much more than what the words is. It's the fact that whatever they have the ability to manifest things, they impact.
The impact lingers.
Yes.
Love it.
The impact of what their words create in reality, that's the last thing. The impact of life of their lives linger way beyond that. And the kind of impact that's been left behind, that's the kind of impact that leaves not behind memory-wise or historical-wise. This is lifetimes, centuries, millennia-wise. It is that big. Whoever we are still carrying on the effects of whoever put that bit of grass back on the ground to get rice. That is the hugest impact you could have, right? But again, okay, I'm just looking at what is the friggin' thing I wrote for in the reverse position. The magician represents manipulation, poor planning, and untapped potential. right? Out of the options, we often rely on manipulation and lies to achieve things. That's the downside of the word.
Right, and then misalignment with impact, manipulation, and lie. Word fighting purpose.
Because words can create, words can manipulate, words can because we have a degree of separation from reality through language. We can never truly access physical impact because everything is manifested through words. I mean, that's how we relate to things. It's like you point at a thing and say, "Hey, that's a chair," and you point at a thing and, "Hey, that's a tree," right? That's at a point the basis of what manifestation is that we relate to reality through words, but at the same time, whatever words we use to create that reality also could be manipulated towards nefarious ends, right? And no matter how much you phrase it, Zhuge Liang was responsible for the death of many, many people. And he's manipulated narrative to his favor. So be careful what you say about yourself and other people. It might just come true. I think that's the way I wanted to phrase it. Just be careful with you. And that's plays in a lot about my thoughts on things like integrity as well of human beings, right? Because
that's very well said, brother.
Yes. That's also just about integrity of human beings as well, because people there's people either relate to you as somebody. One thing that I see as a commonality of people with integrity is that they have a way of talking and manifesting things into reality with their word, and people take their word for it. Yep, it's somebody who's trustworthy. Pun intended. Yeah, that's somebody who has integrity. Somebody who actually says is the same. Their actions, they talk the talk, they walk the walk. Their actions match their word. That's my definition of integrity. And
trustworthy.
Yeah,
love that.
Yeah. It is basically whatever they say. You see what they are on the surface is the same as what they say they are. Yep. And that's why I say it's so important to honor what you say. And that's why you might now see why I say ghosting is one of the worst things.
I made it, at least for a bit, but I am having trouble seeing right now. Dark room time.
Don't worry. I'm just going to go over all of the various different design choices now. One last bit of Zhuge Liang. In the original posting, you see the infinity symbol above him, and below is a table with earth, wind, fire, and water. And for the magician's version of the card, I'm going to have the yin yang symbol on top. Yep. And below is the earth is his maze, earth maze. Wind is him summoning east wind. Fire is the battle of Chibi, and water is when he uses the fog to to redirect arrows. And all of that is happening on a table with the strategy maps laid out. So that's my choice of design.
Are you going to do Bagua? Or the 5 elements in the original Western-oriented card? Ah, okay. Nice.
I considered Bagua, but then I think that's the Earth, Wind, Fire, and Water maps cleaner, right? And I would love to. You know about Bagua? My goodness, yeah. I thought about it, but
it does.
Yeah, it maps a little bit better, and it reads a little bit better, right? And I'll just keep going and going through various different characters that I will talk about eventually in the design. And if you disappear, then I just assume that you dozed off. I'm gonna go switch to my ASMR voice, right? Slowly ASMR. And the High Priestess, which is talks about intuition, mystery, and subconscious, and talk about secrets and hidden influences and lack of understanding as the reverse meaning. And Diao Qian is...
I will catch the VOD. I am very excited for this.
Yep.
I need to go lay down and shut down electronics and lights. Eyes are messed up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to thank you right now for this and go briefly to the member screen to give proper thanks. I'll need to realign this. Thank you, Apulux, Manta, and especially Talenton for the stream idea. For being members at the time of streaming. Yep, getting turned to Pokemon. So if anybody's actually interested and actually joining in on the stream over here, let me know. And I will link the VOD at the end of this. Well, technically, you should still be able to click the VOD at the Discord link after we're done. But yeah, go ahead and have some rest. And I'll do this as a bit of a VOD episode. Just me reading through things of what I'm designing. And yeah. I'll just keep going over and over until the end, right? And yeah. Yeah. Okay. And these little things will probably go over a lot of people's heads, but this is specifically as thank you for you being here. Go shut off my electronics. Don't be here. Go and rest, okay? And if you watch the VOD, feel free to comment as much as you can. You could reach me in the Discord, in the pinned comment, or in the link. And yeah, oh yeah. And for the rest of you who are still here, don't forget to vote. Go vote. Yep. On the last of the group stage. Okay. And with that being said, let's go ahead and continue, right? Diao Qian, the beauty of the Three Kingdoms and the whole central to the honey trap plot. I think this is probably one of the first instances in history that a honey trap was laid out in fiction. Well, no, actually, I do believe Diao Qian in reality is a fictional character, right? And we don't have the text on the card yet, but Diao Qian is there. And basically, Diao Qian as a... Pardon me. Right? Basically, as a famed beauty of her at her time, Diao Qian was instrumental in the downfall of the tyrant Dong Zhuo, and she was part of a beauty trap used against him and his most capable general, Lu Bu. And the design of the original High Priestess, I remember of them having two pillars on the left and the right. And the pillars in the image gen will probably be laden. One will be laden with Lu Bu's halberd. And then the other with Dong Zhuo's mirror to have her be in between those worlds, right? There may be a reflection of her in the water in front, just to hint at the time she attempted to jump into the water as part of her manipulation. And in her hands is the beauty trap scheme in a scroll, right? And in the upright position, the High Priestess represents intuition and the subconscious. And these traditionally are yin, or very feminine traits in China. So by using her feminine wiles to her advantage, Diao Qian was able to trump. This was sometime when Trump wasn't a trigger word for a lot of things. Was able to trump the logical side of things with emotion. Yeah, I think that's my interpretation of the High Priestess as well. Whether we like it or not, our lives are driven by subconscious thoughts and feelings, And therefore, being aware of our emotions will allow us to not only make better choices, but also connect with others in a more meaningful manner, right? So there are people who base their lives on logic, and that's fine. Well, men, men and us neurospicy people will say that logic trumps emotions 100% of the time. We could trust logic always, but here's two things about that. You can't always trust logic because logic can be flawed lots of the times, right? And at the same time, emotions do dictate a lot of actions, right? And if you people let it dictate actions, and I mean seriously, and I think I mentioned it in the reverse position. The High Priestess represents secrets and hidden influences or lack of understanding. Beauty traps was an underhanded tactic. It's relatively an underhanded tactic. It's always there, right? Uh, Especially by the standards of the time in ancient China. Yep. And it's so often used as a last resort. And the thing about this version of the beauty trap, right? It is absolutely like this is why there's a whole narrative, right, of about women being the cause of evil. And it's an unfair narrative of the women evil, blah blah, but it is actually the idea that trusting the subconscious and emotional things. I mean, it's all the way back from the Bible, Adam and Eve, and that various different things. And there's that narrative, which is, like I said, it has its place of importance, right? And the thing is, as you could say, by using it it is a last resort, and Diao Chan's secret's agenda muddled the minds of both Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu and made them act irrationally, right? Likewise, without a proper understanding of what drives us emotionally, we're stuck in our ways, speaking and acting based on things beyond our control. So if you're stuck with your internal state, I'll say that's my comparison is like, if you're stuck with like eyes closed inside your internal state, it is one of the worst things. Like that's why people say that's why people get medicated for us to be not in our internal state, which is probably not the I think it is the last resort solution to it sometimes. But therefore, having a time and a place to reflect, whether it be a in a journal or with a loved one, yep, or a trusted family member or even a therapist is important. I think that's why uh, I think that's why it is important to acknowledge emotions and give it its own place. Oh, and emotions are wonderful. They have a great place. They basically is life's the spice. It adds spice to life, doesn't it? Emotions. And it just gives that extra oomph to your experiences. But of course, that extra oomph could be detrimental sometimes. And it is shaped and to be fair, it is shaped quite a fair bit by surroundings and people around us. And I wouldn't want to say surroundings, but emotions or empathy has, I think, also kind of social isolation has done empathy dirty. I think, okay, this is my take. This is my take for the for what it is, right? Social isolation has done empathy dirty. Emotions have their place, right? And unfortunately, once we are not able to connect with people close and physically and in intimate settings more often than we could, we are now in a state where empathy is dangerous, especially when it is the only place for it to be is online. And that's not empathy has no place on an online space, certainly. And I know the irony of having that being said as a quadriplegic, seeking empathy from people, right? But online spaces, or like, maybe I should rephrase that and say empathy has no place in parasocial relationships. Yeah, I think that's probably important. That's manipulative, certainly. And yeah, I'll keep it at that. Right? I'm gonna move on, and let's see. I think this is one of my lesser. This is the Empress, and in the original meaning, the Empress talks about nurturing and abundance and fertility, and also, but the reverse meaning is also about dependence and smothering and stagnation. So it's basically the mummy card, like mommy, not mummy, mu, right? And my choice for the Empress, for the from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, is Ugotai. Ugotai is the matriarch of the Wu, or I think Ugotai or Madame Wu is the matriarch of the members of the Sun family. Yep. So basically she's the grandma behind everything of the entire Sun clan. So Sun Se, so Sun Se, Sun Quan, and Lady Sun all are under her influence. It is like the old mother archetype, right? That, and my choice, if I went for history, is maybe like Eleanor of Aquitaine, like absolutely the motherly figure behind every manipulation. I wouldn't say manipulation. The one who's behind a lot of history as a mother figure, right? Okay, so as she is Ugotai was instrumental in transforming a beauty trap ploy into a real marriage. Yeah. So originally, in the story of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the Sun family was trying to use the beauty trap that was employed before by having Lady Sun, who was, I don't know what the age gap is. She's young. I think in her teens, right? As a beauty trap to lure Liu Bei, who I believe back then was in his 50s, right? And this is a bit of romancing. This is where the romancing in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is, right? Because she has it is a political marriage through and through in the original lore. But Lady Sun has been given so much of a personality in Romance of the Three Kingdoms that it's become like the ideal quote-unquote marriage, right? And imagine like and this is just a fun part of the story where Zhuge Liang told I think it was Zhang, who was it? Yeah, Zhuge Liang told them to go and meet Wu Guotai as part of the plan, because Wu Guotai wasn't in on this. Yep, Wu Guotai was definitely like, hey, I was not privy to the knowledge that my little girl was going to be in a marriage. What is this? And then she actually met Liu Bei and was like, oh, this man in his 50s is actually relatively amazing human being, right? So in his reverse position, the Empress represents dependence, smothering, and stagnation. Wu Guotai basically fell for Kongming's trap by doting on her daughter and undermined the grand plans of Wu to control the Shu Kingdom. So they had a perfectly good plan going. The Wu was had a plan deception going, but like the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, I think that this is true on both ends. Whether you are taking everything on by yourself and not letting others grow around you. Wait, why did I put this here? Exactly. I think I was cooking a little bit too hard with this. Yeah, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Whether you're taking everything on by yourself or not letting others grow around you, or you are stuck in your comfort zone and your life begins to stagnate. If you ever felt trapped in life, it might be time to let go and do something new. Yep. Basically, it is about stagnation. I think that's what it is. Yep. I don't know why I used the road to hell as paved with good intentions. I think I was I undercooked this line, certainly. And that's the thing. But really, stagnation or smother, like this is literally the downside of doting and smothering and not letting yourself grow, right? There's a time and a place for motherly behavior. Okay. And and doting, but there are things that are absolutely yeah. There are times when that is very, very detrimental. Okay. Watching for the VOD, this is going to be my favorite. Actually, this is my favorite card design out of one of my favorites, certainly. Right? So, Cao Cao as the Emperor. You know, there's a certain irony about me picking Cao Cao as the Emperor, because he never was. Right? So whenever I designed the card, I had Cao Cao standing next to the throne and never on it. He's never on the throne as a design choice, right? An able statesman in time of peace, a treacherous villain in times of chaos. Zhu Xiao on Cao Cao's character. Yep. Basically, Zhu Xiao was a not a mystic. He is basically a character trait reader. He basically reads personality, right? So basically a cold reader of that sort. But okay. And here's my text for him: is that though never formally an emperor, Cao Cao was practically the one pulling the strings. His authority brought about the structure necessary to ensure the stability of the very last days of the Han Dynasty. So here's the irony about Cao Cao, right? He's the last. He's the last bastion of holding on to the throne of the Han Dynasty, and they categorize him as a villain, right? Like I said, this is literally his being: an able statesman in the time of peace and a treacherous villain in times of chaos. Literally, it is his what he's like, right? He's about authority, he's about structure, he's about stability. He brought about the last setting as the sun sets on the Han Dynasty. He was the last guy who actually put the structures to keep the Han in place before his son usurped the throne. He was always there supporting the Han Dynasty, and the thing is, there's a lot of various interpretations of what he did. But one thing people couldn't deny is that he brought stability back to the Han at its before his son took over. And and there's an interesting thorough point of why Chinese operas, right? Chinese operas treat him as a villain, or modern media modern media certainly treats him as a villain, but there's some slightly more neutral depiction of him nowadays, that he's not inherently evil. I mean, in the original, he wasn't inherently evil either, and he was a very nuanced character, somewhat like Tywin Lannister. I would imagine him being Tywin Lannister, right? He would prefer being the hand of the king, certainly, right? Because in its upright position, the emperor represents authority and structure and stability and traditionally fatherly traits. And by recognizing officers from their capabilities rather than their status, Cao Cao was able to decisively unify the northern China of our overwhelming disadvantage. This is important. That's an important character trait about Cao Cao that people think about. And I'm reminded of France during its revolution. There's always this idea of stagnation, and here's what it is, right? There's this idea of stagnation and things being a court culture. Yeah, court culture is a good way of saying it, right? And it's a problem that's been dealt with in divine rights and absolute monarchies for the longest time, because the idea of monarchy is it's dependent on the monarch itself to whether if the kingdom's going to thrive or not. But court culture has ensured that eventually, no matter how many golden ages you go through, eventually an empire will go to ruin, because it is dependent on the capabilities of the leader. And court culture in ancient China ensures that it'll never last, because eventually the court themselves become, it is Game of Thrones, the court themselves become very enthused about keeping things as is and keeping things in power, right? And there's literally a group of people called the eunuchs. Hopefully we'll get to them in this as well. Is that they literally have castrated themselves to be able to remain as males in court. So they were so bent on getting power that they actually given up the ability to have family, which is considered one of the greatest things you could. This is China. Family is everything. So they've given that up to be able to remain in court for power. I think that's one of the and to be able to do that, they basically keep everybody manipulated behind the scenes in court, in intrigue. And eventually there's got to be a time when it's inopportune, where emperors pass away, and without leaving the education to leaving the education and upbringing to corrupt eunuchs and people, right, who are more interested in having power. So, yeah. With that being said, yeah, in his basically, Cao Cao was different in that, especially different from his foil, which is Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao had every right to continue. Like, Yuan Shao was the guy. He was had all the everything. He had the proper royal lineage. He had the army. He had everything going for him. The only thing he did not have is he did not recognize people by their capabilities. That was his downfall, right? According to the Romance of the Three Kingdoms narrative. And Cao Cao was like, "Hey, you're capable officers. Give him to me. Give me all the talent," right? And by recognizing people by their talent, yeah, in our own lives, authority and stability is dependent on creating a strong social structure. Oh yeah, I love this, right? Social structures are everything, man. Whether it be our relationships, our family, or our community, and by supporting other people around you, you are effectively supporting yourself. That's a takeaway of the Emperor and creating social, which is, all the world's a stage, and to us, we are merely the players, and the stage we are set allows us to perform the things that we can do. So in that case, then what actually happens is people around you, and that's what I want to call social structure. People around you lets you be the kind of person you are, right? And it's the hardest thing, right? Your vibe attracts your tribe, that whole thing as well. And there's this whole thing about, and I think that's the next kind of a step from the magician, is that it is not enough to kind of manifest into reality what you actually want to happen. It is also so important to surround yourself with people who do a couple of things, right? The structure of people around you should, one, support you in your endeavors, right? Meaning that relate to you as somebody who is going to do, relate to you as somebody who is able to do what you say, right? And kick your butt when you are not doing what you say. If you understand what I'm saying, it's like it's said, hey, didn't you say you were going to do this, right? And then you could go wah 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 wah, but no, that's the structure has like, hey, I know you better. I know you're a better person than this. Stop being a big baby. And I know you're wah-wahing sometimes and being a big baby, and there's a time for that, which is actually the counter thing about the Empress. You need to have enough empathy as well to say that, hey, I understand that you're not feeling up to it right now. Just give me, but once you're up for it, you better go back to doing what you say you were gonna do, because you're better, you're stronger than this, right? So that's the yin and the yang of your social structure. You need compassion to be able to do. I think there's a word for it. It's called ruthless.
Hello. Good evening. How is your day going?
Hi, shoot of the sun. Okay, so I'm you're new to the channel, and you're here. I'm doing fine. I'm on my side, so if you didn't know, because I'm quadriplegic and I'm paralyzed from the chest down, right? With significant motor function loss in my hands. And what I'm doing right now is a stream about my tarot card designs. And I know you might see that image on the far right and say, ew, AI generated. You know what? I could put that down for you if you want, right? Because
you design your own cards.
Yep, I'm designing. I'm using I have my neural spiciness, right? Is me having a overwhelming knowledge about Romance of the Three Kingdoms, as well as tarot cards. So I'm combining them. So I'm designing my own cards, using the original tarot card meanings and characters from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? And in the meantime, I'm also putting my spin on the interpretations of what cards mean. So this is just...
I am also neurospicy. That's super cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Trophy, congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream Chat.
Thank you, Restream Chat. Thank you for that. But I'm just going to go about. I'm not sure if you are familiar with tarot cards or Romance of the Three Kingdoms or not, right? But since you're here, I'm just going to go about on ranting and raving about all the various different design choices I'm going to make. And I hope you're cool with that, and I hope you stick around for it and ask questions. I mean, I love I love interacting with people. And this, you know, because of my condition, I'm stuck in bed most of the time. And there are times where I'm unlucky that I'm good able to sit up, right? But I love interacting with people. And this is one of the few venues that I could do it. Okay, so yeah, thanks for being here in the stream. Have a little bit of a chat, and if you enjoy this kind of stream, feel free to follow. But I do a bunch of things. I play Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. That's also one other thing that I do on stream a lot. And if I'm able to sit up sometimes and get rid of this stubborn pressure sore behind me, I will be able to stream more action-oriented things as physio.
Sorry, I had some ads.
Yeah. Sorry, ads are a thing. And I did schedule.
What did you say?
Yeah, okay. Pardon me, but yeah, the ads are a thing for Twitch anyways, right? Okay, I'll just repeat what I said. Basically, I'm just gonna go rant on about my card design choices, right? And if you're into tarot cards, or if you're into Romance of the Three Kingdoms, or you know anything a little bit about either, feel free to just chime in and chat. I have text to speech on always, and this is one of my few venues that I'm actually able to interact with people, you know. And if you're interested in this kind of stuff, feel free to follow. But be warned that I'm not. This is kind of like a once in a blue moon thing for me to do card design stuff. Most of the time, I'm streaming Warhammer 40k
Cool.
Rogue Trader.
I know more major arcana, not as much minor arcana.
Okay. Pretty cool. Right. And if you don't know anything about Romance of the Three Kingdoms at all, I'm happy to oblige and talk about the story. Right? Romance of the Three Kingdoms is basically one of the big novels in China. It is a 13th century novel talking about events in 3rd century China, about a time. And if you any familiar with things like Dynasty Warriors, or basically China is obsessed with this. This is it is basically free real estate, because it is one of the big free IPs from copyright, so everybody writes stories about it, and it is one of the most interesting and one of China's 4 great novels, and it has a bunch of really, really cool stuff happen in it, right? And basically I have written quite a fair bit about the various different things, right? And there might be some characters you recognize, like Zhu Geiliang, Liu Bei, the 3 brothers, Lu Bu. I'm not sure if you're interested, have any thing regarding Dynasty Warriors that you're interested or not. And I believe that I've written quite a fair bit in my document, but
That's
not
cool.
enough. Yep.
I haven't heard about it.
Yep.
But I'm interested.
Okay. Right. If you are interested at all, right, feel free to join in. I'm not sure if there's going to, because once in a while there's going to be like things popping up talking about my social links from the Streamlabs, and feel free to click there and join the various different things. I have a YouTube channel, I have Discord, and yeah, feel free to check those out if you are interested. But I'll just rant a little bit and see if I have any interesting things to say, right? Okay, so if my vibe matches what you're trying to do, but okay, or what? All right, I need my coffee. Just give me a second. เรียกแมปขอกาแฟหน่อยเด้อ Yep. Also, actually, I'm Thai, which is also a very weird thing. But because I'm from Southeast Asia, I live right at the cusp of Western and Eastern media. So I'm really qualified to talk about various different things. So, and yeah, I need my coffee to get My brain juice is working sometimes. Oh, thank you. Shoot for the sun for following the stream. Thank you. Hopefully I'll see you around here or there. And while I'm playing video games sometimes, and if I hope you're into Warhammer too, because that's what most of my streams are happening right now. And there's a bunch of redeems down below that you could try as well. But most of them are Warhammer related, because that's my latest
Always
tangent.
like listening to streamers while I study.
Ah, I see. Okay. Thank you. All right, I'll just go ahead and put on my best ASMR voices. ASMR voice. Yep, there we go. Okay, so where was I? I was talking about the Hierophant. Okay. Okay. I'll ask you one more question. Shoot for the sun, which is, what is your typical area of hyperfocus? Like, what are you into aside from tarot cards? Because I could make certain links as well. Like, I could link up with Lord of the Rings, real history, movies. Oh, okay, cool. You're hyperfocused on movies. I could talk about Lord of the Rings, or maybe Game of Thrones, or a Game of Thrones tarot would go hard as well. Lord of the Rings, amongst other, I'll just name some IPs, right? Or maybe some real history. I could talk about some of that too, because I am worldly, but my accident left me paralyzed. I was in an accident 7 years ago, so most of my reference will be kind of like older millennial boomer references. So yeah, there's all that. But okay, so let's talk Hierophant. Hierophant is basically the idea. Well, the original Hierophant is this spiritual leader kind of guy, right? Who talks about traditions, spirituality, and guidance, and conformity. And the reverse meaning has talked about conformity, restrictions, and unorthodox beliefs, right? That's that's the gist of the character. And a lot of it is not necessarily religious, as you can see, a spirituality. And if we're going with movie references, we're talking about like characters like Saruman of many colors. That's one way of regarding to it. If I were going with more modern interpretations with MCU. Oh yeah, MCU. I could talk MCU. We could talk about whoever that bald lady is, who was the teacher of Doctor Strange, the enlightened one, or whatever her name was, right? But over here in the Rise of the Three Kingdoms, we talk about Sima Hui. Sima Hui is a let's see what text that I have for him so far. Basically, he was a prominent figure from the novel, because he is regarded, because during this time in the novel, the protagonist Liu Bei was basically wandering around with no direction. He recently just participated in battle, but lost his arm. He's lost everything. He's basically a warlord without a home. He's every battle that he was in, he's kind of lost, right? So he is lost, kind of spiritually, intellectually. He doesn't know where to go, and his described feeling right now is like he felt like he's a fish without water, right? And he met up with Sima Hui, who at the time was known as Water Mirror, right? Because he is very, very, very smart, specifically. But he's known for being the guy who raised and taught two of the most important strategists in the story, which is Sleeping Dragon and the Fledgling Phoenix. Sleeping Dragon refers to Zhuge Liang, right? And Fledgling Phoenix refers to Pang Tong. And what he says that it was a prominent figure in they're introducing Liu Bei to both ideas of capable strategists that could not only turn the tides in battle, but see the bigger picture in the grand scheme of things. So you're saying like, you have the best warriors, you have the best generals, you don't have good strategists. You need good strategists to be able to thrive in this world. So you are a bunch of warriors without guile, and you need some smart people in your retinue to be able to say, hey, that's if you want to have a place within the world. And basically the Sleeping Dragon and Fledgling Phoenix are the strategists that are central to the plot for so many things, and one of them became renowned in ancient Chinese lore for being the super capable, basically he's the go-to strategist, like the smartest guy. He's like the ultimate strategist. He's basically he's up there with Sun Tzu and other well-known strategists as the most well-known, as the bestest strategist, right? So he's the teacher of the bestest strategist, so, and that belongs here as well for the Hierophant. And the thing about tradition, spirituality, and guidance, right? Traditions are important. Traditions are, I think, having somebody who's wise and smart and having wisdom is important in your life. And I think that's a certain important aspect. This is what's called a role model, right? And that what's missing a lot nowadays is the fact that people don't have a lot of good role models, and a lot of problems, I think, that's stemming in society today. People don't having female or male role models within their lives, and it reflects on their personal world view a lot. And without that, and on the other hand, bad role models, right? Let's talk about conformity or restrictions and unorthodox beliefs. This is just on the other side, the quote unquote life coaches you see all online, and the whole alpha black pill, red pill space, for males. And even so, the way it's reflected on the, like, and I think the most unhinged things happening online with lack of female role models, lack of male role models for women. I think that is an important thing. That's why people are a lot more unhinged now. But I mean, that's just me, right? That's my opinion. That's an opinion of an old millennial. Pay no mind, maybe. But okay, now let's talk about I'm not sure about the exact designs of the Hierophant, but the original card has him sitting up on a throne with two disciples beside him, right? Which is perfect because in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he has two most well-known disciples. And this is going to be a different kind of throne, probably some sort of less elaborate throne there. And at the same time, we'll talk about the lovers. No, let's move on to the lovers here. Lovers talk about connection, partnership, harmony, and the diverse meaning of disharmony, imbalance, and separation. So literally, one of the hard. Well, it's rough. To I mean, it is a rough card to pick storyline for, because there's a bunch of romances in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Ha, get it? But there's a bunch of marriages that we could quote, and there's so many. Like, for example, the one that I picked here has upside as being known as one of the more healthier marriages within the storyline. Oh, but healthy marriage is not something that happens in a political drama, is it? Right? Healthy marriages is like a rarity. And most of the time in fiction, marriages from passion results in absolute tragedy. Game of Thrones had the marriage between Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark cause a whole war. Yeah, I think that's like things I do for love. Yeah, completely. But the marriage between Lady Sun and Liu Bei was not only the most romantic among the marriages within Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but it is significant for its unification of the two kingdoms. So, it is a marriage that ended up in an alliance, right, and set up the structure for the idea of the three kingdoms, because it strengthens the. It is a marriage that has a role not only beyond that, and it is romanticized a little bit, because in reality the age gap alone sends alarm bells. I think Lady Sun at that time was in her teens, and Liu Bei, the protagonist, was already in his 50s. So the reality of things are not probably as romantic as it sounds, but there's just so much in the narrative that says that, love between these two are possible. And I mean, it's like, by modern standards, this is a red flag upon red flag of marriages. But there's also the story of when they met. Is that Lady Sun is a bit of a badass, right, in the story, because once Liu Bei arrived at their bedchambers, what he was greeted with was a bunch of soldiers, like female soldiers in full regalia, and he just was like, wait, what? Why are these soldiers here in line? It's like, and the lady was like, what? You see soldiers every day. What is so wrong about seeing soldiers in the bedchambers? You know, that kind of a thing. And she was like, absolutely. She was absolutely that kind of badass. Very, and even in media, most media portrayed by Koi Tecmo or the Dynasty Warriors folks presents her as very tomboyish, and she keeps things like tigers and things in her retinue as well. So yeah, I keep saying retinue because I've been playing too much Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, but she keeps tigers as pets. So things like that, very very tomboyish, portrayed like that, and absolutely one of the more important ways of the depiction is flawed, certainly, but I would that's probably the only one. There's a couple of the marriages that I considered as well, which is what are some other I thought of Diaoshan and Lu Bu, but I think that's their marriages are very little bit manipulative. And the other one, which is off the cuff, is Meng Huo and Zhu Rong. That is probably the only marriage, literally the only marriage that is like, I'm sticking with you through thick and thin, right? But it is that is the and that's an interesting choice. But I do believe that that Zhurong is fictional as well. So I don't know. It is a less known pairing, but I think it is a very cool pairing for the representation of the lovers as well. Okay, that as point aside, the Chariot, right, is the next in our tarot card. Number 7, it talks about determination, talks about willpower, and talks about victory. So this could go a whole bunch of different ways. There's so many options. There's just so many options in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And there's just so many events that we could talk about in Romance of the Three Kingdoms regarding quote-unquote victory, right? And there's also ones that talk about, I mean, it's a war novel. But there's also the reverse meaning of lack of direction and aggression and inner conflict. And the single event that I think reflects this very well is Guan Yu and his 1,000 li march. Li is a unit of distance. It's like 1,000-mile march, I think, is a what happens there. So what actually happens is, rather than giving his life, Guan Yu surrendered to Cao Cao, right? So this is after a battle where Liu Bei and Zhang Wei and Guan Yu have lost. Liu Bei and Zhang Fei are elsewhere, and Guan Yu is forced to surrender to and it is one of the most important turning points within Romance of the Three Kingdoms, because because the idea about Confucianism. Wow, I'm going off on a tangent here, but right in the novel, and right during the time, one of the most important philosophies for China was Confucianism and the idea of loyalty and family, right? Family and loyalty is everything. It's like family, right? And the moral thing to do for Guan Yu, according to tradition, is to give his life. Like, I'd rather die than surrender and defect, because loyalty is everything. That's the moral standard at the time. And Guan Yu challenged that by saying, "Hey, well, not Guan Yu himself, but Jiang Lao, one of Cao Cao's generals, went in and talked to him, and basically said, "Hey, that's the worst interpretation of loyalty. If you gave your life for right now, then you have absolutely no chance to make any real differences in the future." Right? So basically, rather than giving his life, he surrendered to Cao Cao despite not knowing his brother's whereabouts or in the hopes of reuniting with them. So basically, he doesn't know that if his brothers are alive. He doesn't know if anybody else is going, if surrender, if this is going to be a permanent thing. But by keeping himself alive, right, he gives himself a chance to make it, to repay everything, right? And the thing is, once he heard that they were still alive, and this is a triumph, pardon my millennial brain again, but yeah, now that they were still alive, he traveled over 1,000 miles, 1,000 li, so that they may reunite. And not only that, he kept himself alive, and behind him in his chariot were his older brother's wives that he promised to take care of. So, more than anything, he has a reason to stay and protect his head. And he was basically and his conditions were immaculate. It's like, I am not surrendering to Cao Cao. I'm surrendering to the greater power, which is the Han Dynasty. And as soon as I hear of my brother's whereabouts, I will return to them immediately. No questions. Understood? All right. And I think that's a really cool thing to notice, like, because in its upright position, right, the chariot represents determination, willpower, and victory. And in Guan Yu's travels, not only showed his determination, my brain showcased his determination, but also his loyalty and willpower, leaving behind his status and wealth to honor his promise that he had to his brother, right? And likewise, determination and willpower has less to do with any sort of internal strength, but rather the willingness to honor what promises you made and what words you've given. And after all, victory is only achieved by completing goals set to us by ourselves in the first place. I think that's my narrative of the chariot, or my life lesson regarding the chariot, right? The thing about victories and determination and willpower, or achievements and success, is that we set those goals and do whatever it takes to achieve them. And it's about taking those actions one step at a time, right? That's the life lesson of the chariot. But again, in the story, Guan Yu did a bunch of things that is very could have been resolved if he was a little bit more patient, or a little bit less aggressive, because there are so many people who are like, wait a minute, I thought you were allied with Cao Cao. Is it? Yeah, he's given me permission to move through. Is it? No way are you going through. And you have to fight your way through. And basically, he fought his way through, and a bunch of unnecessary deaths happened because he was set on in his ways, and he's stubborn. But yeah, so there's that. The series of unfortunate circumstances by being stuck in your own ways, which is like I said, this bit of storyline is very appropriate, right? And I think there's so many different little things about the chariot that is reflected well in the card. I mean, we literally have a chariot with the two sisters inside, right? With the two, not sisters, the two ladies of the brothers of the two ladies inside, which I do believe that there's something equivalent in the original tarot card designs. Okay. Next up. What is next up? Strength. Strength. Let's talk about the strength card. And in the original design, it is interesting because they had a woman, right? Depict strength. And strength in its of itself talks about inner strength and courage and compassion. And the reverse meaning of weakness, self-doubt, and lack of discipline. You lack discipline, right? And my go-to is Lady Sun. There's no question regarding who in the lore is. Like I said, there are many depictions of Lady Sun Lady Sun has her keeping a tiger as a pet. So it is just, I mean, if the original card design has the woman petting a lion, why not just having Lady Sun petting a tiger, right? Or and now I'm not going to go off on a tangent on Tiger King. Damn it. All right, never mind. Literally, one of my redeems is ADHD tangents. But anyways, Lady Sun was atypical of women in her time. Very, very much so. Especially in the depiction in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? Keeping tigers and ladies in waiting equipped with armor. There we go, by her side. Headstrong like her brothers, she is willingly married Liu Bei and even moved away from her kingdom, not only for love, but to strengthen the alliance between Shu and Wu. But basically, imagine a headstrong lady who is very determined. And that's how she was depicted. Remember, depicted that way as well. And later in the story, though, that's really cool, especially from the original meaning and in the what's being depicted here as well. That of strength being inner strength, not physical ones, not physical strength, and that somebody who is strong enough internally to tame large beasts like lions and tigers, right? And at the same time, the downside of that strength is being stubborn and being headstrong, because later in the story she is headstrong in her own beliefs to return to the Wu kingdom, right? And like I said, she wants to go back, and she wants to bring Liu Bei's son and only heir along with him, and it caused a whole bunch of problems. I think it's a problem for the writer, I think, to try to depict her and her strength, because I do believe that in the actual history, she does eventually return back to her own kingdom, and this depiction has given her a kind of a character conflict, but that is more of a romancing of history than anything, which is unfortunate that it has becomes a problem. But I think the writer of romance did a strong enough justification of her being headstrong, is that no, I'm gonna go back. I think I shall go back to my kingdom, and I'm gonna bring Liu Bei's only heir with me, and that's going to be cause problems, and she's forced to leave without Lao Shan, or the heir. So absolutely, this is her being stubborn and headstrong causes problems as well, right? But there's this whole aspect of self-doubt that's creeping in. All right, I'm just gonna keep going, and we're gonna talk about the hermit, and talks about the importance of solitude and introspection and inner guidance. All right, and the character I'm going to depict here as the hermit is Sima Yi. Sima Yi is one of the other greater strategists in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and he is a strategist for. He's well known for one thing, is that he's the one who could only go toe to toe. He could go toe to toe with Zhuge Liang, right? And the way he goes toe to toe with Zhuge Liang is like, I have a great plan. It's like, how about every time we meet? This is going to be an oversimplified reference, right? And he's gonna go, how about every time we meet Zhuge Liang, we run away? Brilliant plan. So, Zhuge Liang cannot cope with this. He's the only character who walls himself inside the city, refuses to participate in battle, refuses to follow any ploys by just walling himself Zhuge Liang even sent him a lady's dress. It's like, oh, you're such a coward. Maybe you should wear his dress. So ignore it. I'm gonna stay inside my walls, and I'm not gonna come out, right? And there's 2 instances where this paid off for him. First off, he basically stayed inside until Zhuge Liang died of old age. That was his victory, right? That's what was one victory. And there's another instance of his them doing this, which is him pretending to be old and frail and sick and couldn't even eat, right? And he's pretending to be senile because this was later on in his life, right? And by doing that and deceiving everybody, he was able to usurp the throne. And Sima Yi is actually the true, maybe people consider the true victor of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, because towards the end of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms fell, and what's called the Jin Dynasty, which is the next dynasty after the Three Kingdoms, came about because Sima Yi usurped the throne of one of the kingdoms, or more correctly said, his sons did. Because by and he just biding his time, right? Because by recognizing his weaknesses, Sima Yi was the only person capable of dealing with Zhuge Liang, mostly by walling up and defending his cities rather than engaging in open battle. His descendants were also responsible for overthrowing the Wei Kingdom, leading to the end of the Three Kingdoms era. So yeah, basically both things are mentioned here, right? And it is in solitude, in introspection, and by biding his time and staying where he is, and doing the due diligence of introspection and the hard work by yourself. And there's also a line that talks about what happens, who you are when the camera's off, or who you are when nobody's looking. And I think that's an important part of the hermit. Oh, I'm getting some Discord notifications. I'm not sure who sent me what. No. Okay, this is something else. All right. Okay, where was I? Okay, pardon me. Right, there's an importance of self-reflection and isolation. Right. Next up is Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune is talking about changes and cycles and fate. The wheels of fate go round and round, right? The resistance and the reverse meaning is resistance to change and bad luck and external influences, right? Yeah, there's a whole there's a whole thing about the wheels will turn anyways, right? Things are going to happen as a cycle. And the very first thing... Okay. Right. Okay, so there's a whole thing about... this is the very first line in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, saying the empire long united must divide, long divided must unite. Thus it has ever been. It talks about the cyclical nature of golden ages, rise and falls of kingdoms, because the way things are in back of those days, this is talking because the Romance of the Three Kingdoms began at the end of the Han Dynasty. The end of the Han Dynasty was after a 400-year golden age. Basically, they're saying like we were done with the golden age. We're about to enter dark ages and dark times. And after those dark times, we have a period of brilliance. 60 years of very... I think I need to turn off Discord. Give me a second. Give me a second. You have 60 years of golden ages already. And give me, and I might turn on the image back on. Yeah, 60 years of golden ages already. Then why not where was I? Where it was exactly where I was at. There you are. 60 years of golden age of a most brilliant strategy and everything that also ends in decline. Right? It ends the same way. It is basically saying like everything happens in a cycle. And sometimes no matter how hard things are in life, how wonderful on how things go in life can throw crap at you. Always. And as somebody who had an accident that put me in this position, more and more so, this is just another instance of life just throwing a wrench in your plans always. And the Yellow Scarves Rebellion, I think, as the beginning, as the genesis of the downfall of the Han Dynasty, perfectly represents this, right? Because in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? In Romance of the Three Kingdoms was written over 10 centuries after the events of what actually happened, right? And with that came the hindsight of the cyclical nature of the waxing and waning of dynasties within Chinese history. This happens a lot in Chinese history. It happens in real history. It is history repeating itself everywhere. There's a whole cycle of things happening always. And the rebellion was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was the end of the Han Dynasty. It sparked by corruption, unhappiness within the court. Everything was going downhill. And this is just the last straw where people just had said, you know what, let's do this. And the thing about the rebellion is that the court was not well enough equipped to deal with the rebellion. So they said, warlords, I'm going to grant you extrajudicious power to do whatever you want. So feel free to go suppress the rebellion without having to get a royal decree and start moving your armies whichever way you want. And it's like everybody was like, sweet. And the warlords took control, similar to the ways in Japanese history where the shogunates took control of things, but that's very briefly anyways. So with that extra power came the chance for them to move things whatever they want. A warlord named Deng Zhuo basically moved his army into court and said, hey, since you gave me the extrajudicious powers, how about I take control now? And look at that. Hey, that emperor is not the look at what I could do. I could change who the emperor is. Right? And yeah. That is the whole start of things going poorly for everybody. And it is just changing the cycles and its fate. There's a certain idea that there are things beyond your control happening in reality, in Wheel of Fortune, and it's how you roll with the punches, certainly. And if you resist change, and if you're not going to accept reality the way it is, then that's only going to cause more suffering for you. You could blame it on bad luck. You could blame it on like circumstance that you are whatever you're dealing with right now. And that's a valid interpretation of reality, but that doesn't leave you with any power to deal with stuff. It's just the truth of the matter is physical reality changes always. The only constant that's true about the physical world is that nothing remains the same. The only thing that remains the same or is the constant is whatever's inside you internally. And those things are patterns that we stick to hopefully bring any sort of semblance of comfort and reliability, when in reality, everything could change in a single moment. And that's the nature of reality. Okay. let's keep going on and see what I say about justice. Justice. Okay, let me just change the look of the vertical stream a little on YouTube's and see if I can actually get a better layout. Yep. Justice. Yep. Okay, I think I like that layout for the vertical stream. Hopefully it attracts some people. Right. Okay, justice. The fairness, balance, and truth, and unfairness, injustice, and legal issues. And the thing is, I have a couple of choices for justice. And I don't, and I haven't had a decent, I was there. There are so many different instances where the justice was represented, and there's a between me and the card that I actually wanted, there's like a bunch of different things that I want to try to represent, and out of all of them, I had to rank and pick and choose which one that I'll eventually have it represent. And what I got from the justice card that probably is an important event that needs representation, and it's something that needs to be shown as a really good card, which is the Oath in the Peach Gardens. It is such an iconic part of Romance of the Three Kingdoms that not having it as a major arcana is going to be a bit of a flavor fail, I think. So it is there, where is it? Okay, I gotta have this here. There's no point in having this. It is unfair to not have this be represented, right? And with that, the Oath in the Peach Gardens is, as they swore a solemn oath of the brotherhood in the Peach Gardens, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei forged an unbreakable bond and committed to the supporting each other in their quest and justice and the restoration of the Han Dynasty. So basically, this was a pivotal moment. It is a defining, iconic moment as a character of who Liu Bei is, who Guan Yu is, and who Zhang Fei is, right? And it is important in defining the Confucius nature of fairness, of what balance is, of what truth. Yeah, I think fairness, balance, and truth is a rough thing to say, but because it is the truth of the time that this is possibly the most moral thing. And the quote they have is, what is it in Chinese? 不修同年同月同年. No, I can't call yeah. I can't remember it at the top of my head, but basically, even though we do not live, we are not born on the same day, we shall die on the same day, right? And that is basically a binding agreement between all of them, and that's their justice. And justice is the Oath in the Peach Gardens is just such an iconic moment where, for them, it creates a whole future and the whole narrative of the Three Kingdoms, of us following them, and whether if their oaths become true, right? And I was 50-50 between putting this as a judgment card or putting the Lu Bu as the justice and having judgment be, yeah. But I think in the end, this as justice feels kind of better flavor wise, right? And I think because what justice is about in the our modern sense is about rules as set up by manifested by putting things into law, right? And there's and the implications of justice in that sense is very very that very moment, and in the story, right, this came and bit them in their love for each other, as brotherly love uh, has bit them in the back, because in his blind rage after, because the the Shu Wu alliance, right, was going strong when the Wu betrayed them and attacked and killed Guan Yu, right? And in his rage, Zhang Fei, Liu Bei and Zhang Fei were absolutely outraged by this betrayal, right? Zhang Fei was so outraged by this betrayal that he relapsed into drinking and tried to march his arm, asked people to like prepare all their armies dressed in funeral wear, and tried to basically started whipping people into basically relapsed into drinking, and got people trying to march in to mobilize in unreasonable time, right? And then his underlings just assassinated him out of spite, which made Liu Bei even angrier, and he marched headlong into a war against their supposed allies, right? Into a trap, because he was absolutely not prepared to. He was not right in his mind. He is so blinded with rage and what he has committed earlier, right? It's absolutely tragic. And that's the thing. By swearing that they're not going to live, although they're not born on the same day, they're going to die on the same day, they've actually made a self-fulfilling prophecy that they basically, in very short time afterwards, those three met their end. It is tragic, right? And that's certainly a certain their brotherly loves and the laws they set up for themselves and the rules they set them for themselves coming to bite them in the end, right? Yeah, this is one of my favorite interpretations. The Hanged Man. The Hanged Man talks about surrender and letting go and perspective. And there's things like delays, indecisions, and resistance to change as the reverse meaning. And there is a very, very important event in romance that dealt with this particularly, which is the execution of Ma Su. I'll see what I wrote down and first. Yep. And then I'll see if I could expand it. Because despite being Zhuge Liang's most capable officer, one of his most capable, very, very promising, he's like the up and coming new guy who was going to take over for, he was a brilliant officer. Like, he was a brilliant officer, smart, doing all the right things, answering all the right questions, right? And able to like he was the great Zhuge Liang's greatest student and most promising guy, right? But Ma Su has Masu's hubris and disobedience. So basically, he not only was like, you know what, I have my own interpretation of this. I'm going to set up camp, not in the passage that he said. Let's just follow. Here's my thoughts, and he set up camp elsewhere, right? Basically, it cost Zhuge Liang's entire northern campaign. One simple mistake and one simple idea caused Zhuge Liang's entire campaign. Imagine that. His best chance of victory was gone in one single instant. And tearfully, Zhuge Liang ordered for Ma Su's execution. It's like, he is my most important disciple, but he cannot go unpunished. He cannot go unpunished about this, right? Because of his disobedience. Zhuge Liang's hands are tied, right? He wants to actually maybe save Ma Su if possible, but due to the standards of the time, he has no choice to treat this as he can't give him another chance. And there's also one of the most divisive moments in history as well. Why Zhuge Liang had to execute him. In the novel, it said, the army became much more disciplined afterwards. I don't know if that was the effective thing. And there's this whole thing that, please take care of my family, etc. Of Ma Su saying that to Zhuge Liang. It's like, I understand, there's no other option. It's like, and people were pleading to keep him alive, right? And there has been instances of other times within history where it is where capable officers have made mistakes and were not executed. And it's like, you need to prove yourself earlier or more. And it's such a divisive moment in the story as well. Is that, why did he have to do that? He could have done what other people in his situation, right? And it is one of those times when people want to pick the brains of Zhuge Liang a bit as why this was necessary, right? But it is like basically, you need to let go. You need to surrender. It is a matter of letting go of something's important. Yep, and letting things take their route. And I think that's the imagery of the Hanged Man that is most iconic, and the most other than a couple of the other very graphic versions and graphic things happening. And this is the best reflected in the lore, certainly. Right. And which brings us to the next card, which is Death. Death is, if you know anything about the original tarot card meaning, it's not about literal death, but the transformation, rebirth, and new beginnings of things. So the only card or the only event that I think represents death to its absolute most important degree, or it is the death of one character, which is Guan Yu. Guan Yu's death is huge in the lore because Guan Yu, I think, amongst all the other characters, is the one as the most I think Guan Yu is the only character that has lived beyond the novel. Because currently, you might, if you go to China, you'll see statues of him. Out of all the characters, the only character that you see statues of is Guan Yu. Because his death literally transformed him into a saint. Guan Yu's death remains one of the most significant events of the era, because since it marked the end of the Shu-Wu alliance, okay, so that's the thing, it marked betrayal, and the subsequent transformation of Guan Yu into a saint, because It is sainthood. It is he was sanctified afterwards, because Guan Yu represented so many different things in the lore, right? Before Guan Yu, there was Lu Bu. Lu Bu was archetypally the warrior god, because he was the one who was undefeated in battle. The warrior god. Nobody who could fight him, nobody who could defeat him, nobody was able to get him in battle at all. He was too strong. He could not be defeated. That was the warrior god. But the warrior god himself faced judgment in the end, because he was betrayed, because he betrayed everybody. He has no morals. And eventually he got his comeuppance by him being himself betrayed. The warrior saint, however, was the one with the foresight to surrender, to keep himself alive for the greater good. Oh my goodness. Like we're talking about that's going to give me Warhammer ADHD tangents, but yeah, so he's kept himself alive for the longer term, because it was more important that he upheld the morals of who he was as a living person, rather than somebody who is dead and gone due to so he by keeping himself alive, he's demonstrated his loyalty more than being dead ever could. And at this point in the story, where his death was inevitable, he still demonstrated the same moral compass that he had before. The only thing is that he's a little bit more stubborn when in his 60s, you know. But he's not going to, like, he's surrendered once to the Han Dynasty, to the Han Dynasty, and this time he knows that surrendering at this point would not resolve anything. In comparison to the first time, he has this time there's no moral reason
An old
for
guy
him
being stubborn? No, never. Also,
Hey Brian, thanks for being here, buddy. This is a bit of a like I said, we had like how many dono subs by a dude called Talenton. I'll just go briefly into the member screen over here. If you look at the far right, Talenton X, that's one of my members. He donated a bunch of subs, not subs on Twitch, but memberships on YouTube. So right now, this is his stream, as he's hijacked the stream pretty much, and I'm promised to give him a stream dealing with Romance of the Three Kingdoms, because that's his what's the word? That's his hyper focus and mine. The Talenton and I are literally
honestly fair for that amount of gifting, LOL.
Yeah. Talenton is for me is like brother from another mother levels of coincidence. He's disabled like I am, and he is also into Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He's also into tarot cards. He's also into, it's just so many coincidences, literally, that I can't help but just oblige to his request. And if I get enough support for him, maybe I'm able to turn this tangent and hyperfocus into reality.
Secret government clone, got it?
Yeah, certainly. But right now, what the stream is about, I'm not sure if you're interested or not. Feel free to hang around if you're interested, because that I'm turning things in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, aka Dynasty Warrior characters, right? If you know about Dynasty Warriors rather than Romance of the Three Kingdoms, into tarot cards. So if you know anything at all about that, then hopefully stick around and see if you recognize any of these events and characters, right? right? And for example, and there's a couple of different choices that I'm making as well. Know anything about Dynasty Wars, Brian, or not? If not, then I'll just talk about things as if introducing it to you for the first time. All right. But you could treat this as a bit of a whatchamacallit stream. Yappy yap stream.
I know a few bit of names here and there across different media.
Yep. Probably do not pursue Lubu, right? Okay. So I'm just going to introduce cards, as well as my ideas of what cards are and what they do, right? So we have a card called Temperance. So I think temperance is an old word meaning moderation. Everything's good in moderation, right? Yeah, balance, moderation, and harmony. And the idea that, yeah, everything's kind of good. It's nothing is truly bad. Everything's good in moderation. If you lose that moderation, you have trouble. It's going to be imbalance, excess, lack of long-term vision and stuff, right? And there's a part of the story in Romance of the Three Kingdoms that refers to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei is a dude who is the brother of Liu Bei and Guan Yu. And he's depicted as this hot-tempered youngest brother who always gets into trouble because he drinks a lot and loses his temper a lot, right? And basically, in the story, there was a time when he said,
"Don't worry, brothers, I can take care of things."
This promise and promised to keep himself, keep himself completely. He's gonna guard a city, Zucho, right? And despite his promises to not drink, yeah, there we go. Zhang Fei broke his word, failing to guard Zucho against Lubu's betrayal. Oh, of course, Lubu betrayed him because why not? Do not pursue Lubu and do not trust Lubu. Lubu betrayed him and took the city because he was drinking. Yep. So excess drinking has been documented for ages, right? Only recently has it been recognized as a medicinal issue, right? I think I wrote this at a time when you talk about, yep. So in this case, Zhang Fei has hit rock bottom. Drinking cost him everything, right? And not only did he lose control of the city, he left his brother's family at the mercy of his enemies, thus marked the big turning point in Zhang Fei's addiction. From up until his moment of his death, he never drank again. So here's the thing about temperance or moderation, right? Or the idea of moderation. Well, I'm not sure if he never drank again. I think never drank again is a bit of a misnomer. I think I need to say that he never truly drank again. Because there are times when he drank. But the times that he drank are moments where he used it against as a strategy even. Because there's a time later in life where he was like, fooled his enemy to thinking that he's relapsed into drinking and started drinking, let his soldiers drink. And then, oh, okay, this is just the same old drunkard that he was back then, right? And then he attacked the enemy in the guise of night, So he even used his reputation to his advantage later on in the story of being a drunkard. But basically, he was like, okay, at this point, I'm done. With he never truly drank again. I think I need to make that distinction. because he eventually said that, yeah, I effed up. There's no way that this could be a good thing, right? But again, at the end of his life, um he relapsed really, really hard. And because he said that, because by that's the nature of addiction, though. That's unfortunate, but it's the nature of addiction. He relapsed into drinking hard, and because Guan Yu's death, and he said, we're gonna mobilize immediately. You have this many days to prepare an army wearing funeral wear, and everybody's gonna march in this many days. And his subordinates said, "Screw that," and moited him in his sleep. Absolutely the worst way for him to go. But it, like everything in the novel's choice for Romance of the Three Kingdoms, has always been, okay, hubris, to demonstrate a point. It is based on things that happened in real history, but it is also based in things that happened. Yeah, it is based in history, but it is an interpretation of things that happened in a way that teaches a moral lesson. So that's why romance is considered an important moral compass for China, because it talks about various different belief systems. And I think it demonstrates the whole idea of, if you know anything about Confucianism, of word is they have legalism and Confucianism. Legalism is the idea of like loyalty, word is law, everything for loyalty is everything, and Confucianism is like family is everything. It's everything, right? Okay. Next card I have placed here is the Devil. Wow, let's talk about the Devil card. The Devil card is representation of temptation, bondage, and materialism. Yep. And this, no, okay. Don't be bonking me on the head regarding that one. But at the same time, the flip side is the release, the enlightenment, and overcoming addictions. Yep. But I was having trouble with the choice here. There is one choice I could have gone with, which is Cao Cao, or Cao Cao, as it's properly pronounced. Because in English, there's a really cool parallel. Because in English, there's a idiom saying "speak of the devil," right? And in Chinese, the word is speaking of Cao Cao. So literally, Cao Cao is an equivalent of the devil, and I could have gotten him in this slot as well. But it is more of a meme in Chinese opera, where speak of Cao Cao is because of it is similar to meme levels of Nobody Expects the Spanish Inquisition, right? Because whenever Cao Cao is mentioned, his character shows up in the Chinese opera. Yep. So it's a bit of a meme, like did somebody say Cao Cao? Pa-da-dam! He shows up like that, which is pretty funny and memey. But unfortunately, that's the length of. I would have been wonderful to be able to do that, but that's probably the length that we could go regarding that thread. The actual devil in the storyline are the eunuchs. Eunuchs are people who for the sake of power, have castrated themselves. So, in an age where family is everything, the only way for men to remain in the inner court is through castration. So basically, these are servants that are so drunk for power or so desperate to keep their position within the inner court that they have literally given up the most important tenet, which is family. So, okay, these guys can remain in court as servants of the Imperium. No, Imperium, my goodness, Warhammer bleeding into reality already. That they keep themselves as servants by just giving up their most important asset. Yeah, just leave them there. And they can't do anything, right? They're useless. And it's literally, they became the most corrupted people because of the nature of court culture. Because how court culture works is that, you know, the emperor surrounds himself with a harem of women, have a bunch of children, right? And the harem is the inner court where all the ladies are, and they need servants. They need male, quote unquote, servants. So okay, we're gonna have eunuchs do all of the wave on their hand and feet and do everything. And eventually, what happens is the eunuchs became the closest confidants. They basically became the nannies of the emperor's children. Not the, my goodness, I keep devolving into whatchamacallit references. My Warhammer world is bleeding into my whatchamacallit, my stream. Yep, never mind. Let's keep going. But for all the emperor's children are corrupted by the eunuchs, because eunuchs can manipulate them now that they're the closest confidants, right? Because a powerful and influential group, yep, who abuse their position for personal gains, the eunuchs' corruption and oppression led to the widespread discontent and played a crucial role in the eventual collapse of the Han Dynasty. Basically, because of court culture, the eunuchs are scheming. They could scheme and basically, hey, they said, wait a minute. On one hand, they are completely harmless, that's what gave them the most power in the eyes of. They're completely harmless in the eyes of people, and literally there is a list of, hey, every single time the downfall of a dynasty happens, eunuchs are involved. Every single time. Those damn eunuchs, always. And there are even later in times in Chinese history where there's like fake eunuchs. It's like, oh, this eunuch's father was inside and nobody checked properly, and he was having making whoopee with all of the ladies in waiting and stuff. Absolutely, one of the things that contributed almost every single time. There's like those that like who else but eunuchs, you know, literal levels of memes, right? And that's that's it for my choice. It is more thematically. It's unfortunate that we have to give up the who speak of the devil memes or idioms for that sake, but who else but eunuchs? Next up is the tower. The tower is a really powerful symbol in the tarot cards because it is one of those. Yeah, I mean, we talk about towers all the time. In whatchamacallit, like oh, I will not talk about those towers. Never forget those though. Sudden change, upheaval, and revelations, right? Even in recent history, towers have represented that. Because, and there's a, but at the very least, the sacking of Luoyang is the most lore relevant thing that's happened in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? Loyang is the old capital. It is the capital of the Han Dynasty. Yep. And what I've written here is that Loyang is the capital of the Eastern Han Dynasty, was sacked by the forces of Dong Zhuo, leading to the fragmentation of the Han Empire. And it is I think it is what people most refer to as the big turning point, as that, okay, the Han Dynasty is cooked. We're done. We'll never go back to where it was, because what happened is the capital what happened is the Dong Zhuo, when he was in power, looted the catacombs of the Han Dynasty, got everything that he could, burned Loyang, and moved the city to a different capital, right? As a final FU to the to losing to losing, pretty much. So like all is lost. With the Battle of Huolao Gate was lost. Lu Bu is going to retreat. That means that the only way forward as a final FU is sacking the capital and moving it back to a different city. And here's the thing. Here's the ironic thing. It worked pretty well, because what happens is the alliance moved into the capital, into a burning city with nothing left. It's like, oh, this is just ruins at this point. Why bother? And the alliance just dissolved. It's like, okay, we won against this, but there's no point keeping going to the there's no point. And they just dissolved, because the alliance in and of itself wasn't a very loyal faction. It was a loyal faction on paper, but when that happened, is that, okay, we've taken over the capital, then they just dissolved, because there's no point pursuing them further. Pursuing them further right now, like the only person who pursued them further was Cao Cao, and doing that made him lose his army almost completely. The Sun Jian, the other important faction in the Sun family, was staying behind in the capital, putting out the fire, and in the process found the dynasty seal, the imperial seal. And oh boy, was that a big deal, because since he found the imperial seal, there's precedent that whoever has the seal can become the new emperor. So over there, it is an absolutely like WTF moment. It's like, wait a minute, because I stayed behind in the capital, I was the only guy who stayed behind in the capital, so that I found the seal. So he basically said, "Oh, we're gonna retreat. We can't stay. I gotta go back and think about this. We have the mandate of heaven in our hands. We can't. We'll take it as a sign. We're gonna have to retreat." Basically, the sacking of Loyang has actually marked the end of the Han Dynasty for so many different ways, right? And it's an appropriate representation of the tower, where it is it is an image of a tower getting struck down, or the Tower of Babel getting struck down, right? Okay, and here's the next card, which is the Star. The Star, I think this is probably the most bittersweet interpretation I have regarding what the of what the card is, because in the original meanings, the star means hope and inspiration and optimism. But the bottom of the other card, the other card is disillusionment, lack of faith, and despair. And it does have something to do with fates, right? And this is the most bittersweet one, because the only instance where like there's stargazing as a constant for predicting futures in Romance of the Three Kingdoms always, and the only moment that has given the only moment that is kind of significant in stargazing is Kong Ming or Zhuge Liang seeing his own fate or his own death in the stars. It is so bittersweet because he basically said that, okay, my time's up. Like there's so many instances where stars are hopeful signals in the sky, but most of the time, if in Romance of the Kingdoms, it's always a sign of calamity and the end. Like being able to see your own death in the stars is kind of scary, of course. And there's like he was studying the stars. Zhuge Liang believed that he could foresee and predict the events of the world untold, including his own demise. And he was like, and in the story there was like him trying to perform a ritual to extend his life, and it didn't work because his subordinates came in and put out the flames, and it was too late, and all this whole thing about him doing his best to try to extend his life, but then fate has other things in store. There are times when that happens so much, right? The star usually has very positive connotations, but in it is very similar to the Wheel of Fortune but there's all this whole point of destiny or fate that is far beyond the idea of the world kind of sucks sometimes. That's the Wheel of Fortune is like, hey, the world sucks sometimes, and shit happens, right? Whereas the stars, like, there are just some things that are predetermined, and sometimes it's just beyond your control, which is kind of similar, right? But there is this whole idea of defining your own fate regarding the star, because fate is like the idea of something or optimism, or there's something beyond waiting for you, is a like if it is true, then we're all screwed, right? Because it's the idea that something is predetermined and we can't shake from that idea no matter what, right? It is absolutely one of the most it's hard. It's an idea that is a mixed blessing, and the whole idea that we're destined for greater things versus we're doomed towards a certain fate is like two sides of the same coin. Literally. So it is important to make a distinction that leaves you with the most powerful outlook, right? I mean, yeah, it's certainly, how do I say this? It's certainly a valid worldview that there's something that fate has in store. And on the other hand, it could be a double-edged sword that leaves you completely powerless. It is up to your interpretation of how the fate is going to be, right? Your interpretation of fate could leave you at, okay, so here's my way of saying it. Interpretation of fate can leave you at cause or at effect. I'll say it that way. If it leaves you at effect of reality, then you are completely powerless. But if it leaves you at cause, meaning that it leaves you at a say that, okay, I think fate has this in store for me, I'm going to take my actions, I'm going to be stubborn, I'm going to do things to fulfill upon that, then it's completely different. Yeah, so, yeah, that's my thought anyways. That's my 2 cents, or to whichever unit of 2 yuans or something. Right. Okay, the moon. The moon's a relatively cool card in the original tarot because it talks about intuition, mystery, and the subconscious. And on the side is confusion, illusion, and fear. And there's no other event that represents this Well, there's actually a bunch of events I could tell you right now, but they're the most famous event is borrowing 100,000 arrows. It is the pivotal event in the Battle of Chibi, which never happened in reality. I'm so sorry to spoil this, but this never happened in reality. It is it is complete fiction, and it is a fun thought, right? Which falls apart the moment you realize what if they use fire arrows. Anyways, the thing, under the guise of foggy night, Zhuge Liang ingeniously sailed with boats of straw men, like literal straw men, to borrow arrows from Cao Cao's forces by fooling friends and foe alike. Because what happened was, Zhuge Liang said, because Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu were like rivals within the army, right? Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu were like complete rivals within the army, within the same army of the Shu Wu alliance, and they said that, "Oh, what do you think is the most important thing in battle?" I was like, "Oh, arrows. Certainly, arrows are very important." And he said that, "Oh, then we need to manufacture arrows immediately. I need 100,000 arrows in 10 days." I was like, "I can't make it in 10 days." Zhuge Liang said, "Can I make it in 3?" And it's like, "Your funeral." Sure, you can make it in 3. But the reason he said we make it in 3 is because Zhuge Liang has some idea about the weather, and he predicts that on the 3rd day it'll be foggy. So he, of course, doesn't have time to make 100,000 arrows, but has enough time to build straw men onto boats. Yep, certainly that's that takes less effort than making 100,000 arrows in 3 days. And he sailed those boats onto a foggy shore, always on a foggy day, and then sounds the attack sirens, attack bells, or attack drums. Actually, and here's a bit of a ADHD tangent for you. In China, usually attacks are sounded with drums, and retreats are sounded with gongs. So he sounded attack drums to get the other guy, the Cao Cao's armies riled up, and they said, "Shoot the arrows at them. They're attacking, arrows." And then basically they shot arrows at strawmen, collecting all of the extra arrows before heading back. And they're like, "Look at all the arrows that I got. Isn't this cool?" But yeah, that's the story anyways. And it talks about taking advantage of mystery and the subconscious and illusions and confusions and illusions and fear, right? Which is the thesis of manipulation and the ideas of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? It's like everything is strategy, right? And being able to take advantage of your people's intuitions or subconscious is one way of dealing with this, with reality. But I think, again, it's important to know and distinguish things like intuition and the subconscious, not as valid they are valid interpretations of reality sometimes, because a hunch. And the thing is, the thing about hunches, or the idea behind what is like following your instincts, is that if you could distinguish it as what they are, then hunches are amazing, right? If you notice a hunch, it usually is a combination of other things in life as well that has better, but of course a hunch is a hunch and has no bearings on reality. But hopefully, if you could look around, but the thing is that's the thing about hunches, if you look around for evidence, it is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy as well. So not a good thing, not always, but it is important to be able to distinguish a hunch as what it is, right? And the sun. This is another strange choice for me, right? Because the sun is usually like super positive and like the absolute like pinnacle moment of pivotal moment of reality, of positivity, and the sun. And I'm gonna pick the Battle of Red Cliffs of everything being engulfed in flames as the sun. For success and joy and vitality. But I think it matches the flavor, certainly, of what is the most, like, I cannot not have the Battle of Gibi as the Battle of Red Cliffs as something pivotal, right? And it's kind of bittersweet to have it as this card as well, because it is the most pivotal battle. It is the most recognizable battle, where conflict that took place on the Yangtze. It is conflict that took place on the Yangtze River, where the Battle of Red Cliffs marks an important victory for the Allied forces of Liu Bei and Sun Quan. Right? It is a victory for one side. It is an absolute defeat for the other side. Like, so many different things had to go right for this battle for this to win, and it established the beginning. Because it established the beginning of the Three Kingdoms period stabilizing. And it's such an iconic moment that and like this could fall in line with things like the Tower as well as a whole thing, and putting a positive spin for something like battle and success and joy and stuff on such a such an event certainly is going to be controversial. It is going to be a divisive choice, but I don't know if there's going to be a better way of doing this at all. Yeah, it is. There's a couple of various different things that there's one of the few choices, certainly, that I'll need to think about. But I think for now, this is, for me, the best representation of the sun in the tarot card deck. I mean, I can't have it in any other. The only other thing is swapping the Battle of Red Cliffs versus the Oath of the Peach Gardens, because the vibe of the ocean of the Peach Gardens really do match the sun, right? But the problem of it might be a decent switch. I'll need to mark that as a possible switch. But the thing of the meanings are very different. But the vibes of the sun, it literally is much matches. Yeah, okay, actually that might be a decent swap around, because like I said, the vibes for the sun is and the Peach Gardens is so much better. I'll keep that in the back burner, right? Okay, and now Judgment. Judgment is another one where we could talk about swapping things around, because Judgment talks about reckoning, awakening, and renewal, versus the self-doubt, indecision, and self-judgment. Okay, right. So, so over here are this is where I put in Lu Bu being betrayed, right? It is an important part of the lore, where despite his prowess as a warrior, so warrior god, literally, Lu Bu is also known for betraying everyone. Poetically, he was betrayed by his own officers and was executed, right? So that's so it's either Judgment is, so it's either judgment. I could swap a lot of these four around, certainly, right? Justice could be Chibi. The Sun could be Oath in Peach Gardens, and Judgment could be Justice. I think Justice could very well be Lubu's Betrayal. Judgment could very well be the Battle of Chibi, and the Sun could be the Oath in Peach Gardens. And we could go on that based on the vibes of the card, because the design of the cards are very. I need to go back and look at Judgment, Justice, and the Sun in terms of their original counterparts, and maybe swap things around, right? So that's going to be something I'll need to put in the back burner a little bit. But certainly those are the only ones that I think are important vibe-wise. Next up is the world, is the completion, accomplishment, and fulfillment. I'll start going faster with the rest of these now, because there's just quite a fair bit of things I'll need to I'm not sure if I'm going to go all over the minor arcana and what I have for those so far, because most of those things are basically not just placeholders of things, of card event, right? So the world is talking about completion and accomplishment and fulfillment, and the lack of completions, stagnation, and business, unfinished businesses. And the thing about it is, the Three Kingdoms is just a map of the world in Three Kingdoms. Is established at the aftermath of the fall of the Han Dynasty. The state of Wei, Shu, and Wu marks a new chapter in China's history, and the tenuous equilibrium kept China divided over the course of about 60 years. So it is basically, the equilibrium. I think the idea of equilibrium is important to demonstrate here. I think in demonstrating the idea of equilibrium, Zhuge Liang, the strategist.
I am at my hotel now.
Ah, okay. We'll I'll come back to the hotel. Wow, the work must have been rough, Manta, to be able to be back by this time. But we're just about at the end of the major arcana, and I could just go briefly over the minor arcana decisions as well, to talk about the various decisions that I made. But I've just realized as well that there is a vibe mismatch in some of these, and I'll go over and maybe make some changes after talking through about what cards can go where. But I was just talking about the card called the World, right? The World is the idea of completion and accomplishment.
I work till sundown, then navigate traffic, then get food, then deal with slow hotel computers.
Ah, yes. And a horrible internet afterwards, right? But anyways, the world talks about completion, accomplishments, and fulfillment, right? But the lack of completion or lack of equilibrium, right? And I think there's an important aspect of the world here that talks about equilibrium, because Zhuge Liang demonstrates that equilibrium cannot be achieved by two different powers. He points at an urn or a pot with three legs. So it's that the stability could only be achieved in a warring states, in the nature of warring states, by having three powers, right? That acts as a crutch. So if one guy attacks another, they get attacked back, right? And it's a like, for me, I'll imagine it like a game of Commander with three players. That as soon as you it is an absolute state of stagnance, because if one person attacks another, it leaves the other person open for Yeah, it's leaves another open for attack by another dude. So it is absolutely the most stable state. Triangles being one of the most stable shapes. And that's why the Three Kingdoms periods has lasted over 60 years. But of course, once one of the legs loses equilibrium, the stability falls. And that's what actually happened in reality as well. Right? And I'll just briefly talk about the rest of what's actually happened as well in the minor arcana. And the minor arcana, I decided to go with yeah, I think I was going to go with what is it? I'm still thinking about events. Yeah. I was thinking of the minor arcanas by their general feel, except for the king, queen, and I think the original was king, queen, knight, and page, right? It's interesting because the minor arcana eventually evolves into playing cards, right? And king, queen, and jack.
Did you consider the Lorcana as well? He.
No, not the Lorcana. I think we're gonna get demonetized by Disney if we included the Lorcana. Yep. But of course, the king, queen, and jack was the eventual addition, right? What they turned into. Page is another name for a young person, and knights, I think, and jack was the general name of a young person back then to not have the knight be K, Q, and K. Yep, king, queen, and the jack, and that's the general what happened later. But I decided to go with king, queen, and then instead of knight and page, I've switched to general and strategist, which was the most flavorful way of going about it. And I picked different kingdoms for different things, right? Wands, I believe, is the representative of fire. Yes, wands is representative of fire. And also actions or taking action. The fire, like, when the Fire Nation attacked. So the most representative side of the Wands faction is Wei, or the kingdom of Cao Cao, right? So I decided to have the king, queen, general, and strategist be well-known characters of the Wei kingdom. Next up is the cups. Cups are known as the emotions. They eventually evolved into hearts, right? In the suit. And I do believe, okay, cups evolves into hearts. Swords evolved into spades, or the edges of the spades. And pentacles evolved into clovers or clubs, meaning money. And that leaves some.
Interesting.
Yep. Wands themselves being the diamonds, right? And everything kind of simplified into abstract symbols of what they were. But it used to be the wands used to be like diamonds used to be like sticks and wands, right? And talks about action, right? Cups it talks about emotions, heart. The swords talks about conflict or resolution through act. Yeah, it talks about conflict and stuff. So I made swords the the other faction, basically the faction of basically the faction of quote unquote other faction, and the pentacles of the money faction. It goes to Wu, because Wu is very as a kingdom known for legacy and money, and they've created financial stability. So Wu is the kingdom that is definitely the most famous for that. And all the other characters like kings of swords, I've put in things like Lu Bu, Dong Zhuo, and Cheng Gong. And unfortunately, the Queen of Swords, I've vetoed and put in my favorite character, put in my favorite queen female character, which is Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong is the like out of all the female character, I don't. The reason for this, instead of putting Dao Qian, is because Dao Qian is in the major arcana already as her own card. Yep. So not having her. Yep. And I was thinking of which other female characters that are well known in the lore that belongs to this faction, to the faction of Dong Zhuo, and I thought that, okay, do I go with the Dong Zhuo character, or do I go with the other most famous female warrior? And Zhu Rong is the de facto female warrior. She is the queen, lady of fire. She is the I had to make a basically executive veto, saying that fine, we're not gonna go have a like, not having her represented is a crime. I'll say that. So that's my take for it. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the kings and queens of each one first. So the King of Wands, it's Cao Pi. Cao Pi in the lore is a son. Oh, okay, no. Cao Pi in the lore is why is it doing that? Give me a second. Make sure that you could see this. Cao Pi in the lore is in the card is talks about visionary leadership, entrepreneurial. Okay, let me just move this. Yeah. Visionary leadership, entrepreneurship, charisma, right? So, and on the downside is the impulsiveness, arrogance, and dictatorial behavior, right? And this matches with Cao Pi to a T. Cao Pi is the son of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao was in the Emperor card already. And Cao Pi was the one who said, screw all those different things that my father was doing to restore the Han Empire. Like, I'm going to create my new empires with blackjack and, that whole thing. So, Cao Pi was like, yep, time to end the old, out with the old, in with the new. I'm going to start my own dynasty. Like, right now with my name on it. And yeah, that's what's going to happen next, right? And the next is the which brings us
with blackjack and bookers.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That was Cao Pi, right? So he matches the energy of the King of Wands to a T. Next up is Consort Zen, which is his wife, right? Consort Zen is infamous, right, in the story, because she belonged to, she was one of the greater beauties, right? And she belonged to the Yuan family for a bit, right? Which and I think she was responsible for the downfall of the Yuan brothers. Basically, what happened was that Cao Cao and Yuan Shao had went to battle. Cao Cao won the decisive battle, and then Yuan Shao left the power to three brothers, and the three brothers were fighting over the consort Zen. That was one thing. That was one narrative, that she was so pretty, and they were just fighting over each other, and that's what led to them not working together truly, right? And the whole beauty trap thing happening over there again. And Cao Pi was like, "Oh, you're gonna be mine. I like you." What?
Simping, the downfall of many men.
Yes. And instead of the whole whatchamacallit, saying that, hey, consort Zen, you are, he was going, I like you. You become my consort. And the interesting thing is leadership, confidence, and independence. But the downside is definitely in the manipulation, jealousy, and insecurity camp, which matches her vibe to a T. Next up is my favorite general on the Kingdom of Wei, which is Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao is the like one of the other, out of all the generals, he is the standout for the Wei camp. I'm not sure if I have his quote somewhere. Oh, that's a crime. I don't have his quote. Oh, I do have his quote. Give me a second. I think it's in the it's here. Yeah, there we go. The slaughter on Hefei put such fear in the Southland that the name Zhang Liao kept children quiet at night. So basically, he's like super general, very like basically, if you call if he's like the boogeyman. He's become the boogeyman of the Wu army. He's from the Wei army, but he's become a boogeyman, so much so that if you're not quiet, Zhang Liao is gonna come get you. He is that famous. And the thing about Zhang Liao is that he...
Check under your bed for this general.
Yeah. He has energy, passion, adventure spirit, impulsive, reckless, lack of commitment. I don't think that that is fair on him at all.
He inspires a general amount of fear. He.
Wonderful. But yeah, Zhang Liao is certainly the most famous. Nobody else could represent the General of Wands other than this. And the thing is, he is so pivotal in the story for convincing Guan Yu to surrender as well. And he is, if he was not, he was probably equivalent in morals as for Guan Yu as well. And the thing of Zhang Liao is that he used to serve Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu. He was general under Lu Bu. And Zhang Liao had to make a very, very important decision of he was the pre-saint, I'll say that. He had to make an important decision of, hey, because he was captured when Lu Bu lost to Cao Cao, and he had to make an important decision. Do you go with the morals of the time of, hey, be loyal to whoever you were with before, and you better go die with him? That's a moral thing to do. Better not surrender to someone else. And he had to wrestle with the idea of, does what you do be like are you going to be the one who actually I think he said that he's just a loyal person who's down in the bad lot, and that's why he's here. He was the first one to recognize the true virtue of, living with the consequences of your actions and stay in power and stay in service rather than giving up his own life just for the sake of quote unquote loyalty, right? So there's that aspect of him, which is very important. And this is the strategist of wands. And this is the dude called Guoja. Guoja is absolutely the earned his place over here because exploration, excitement, new opportunities. He is the most brilliant strategist ever under the employment of the Wei Kingdom or of Cao Cao. Lack of direction, missed up, but definitely he represents missed opportunities because he died so young. He was responsible for basically the northern campaign. He was able to quell a bunch of people up in the north, but he was very sickly. Yeah, he didn't have very good health, and he died at 38, which is such a missed opportunity. And I think there's a possible quote for him that we could talk about. If Guo Fengxiao was around, I wouldn't have ended up like this, which is Cao Cao's quote after his loss at the Red Cliffs. Basically, he said that this brilliant mind could, if only he was still here, I would have not lost. I would have not surrendered to the, wouldn't have lost my entire army to these silly southern lords. Cao Cao was like, according to the lore, he was like,
if only my carry was here.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he was the strategist, like this, and then probably even a more brilliant mind than Kongming. I think somebody would definitely say that he was even more bright than Kongming. If he had been able to live and shown his abilities, right? And I'm actually just going to go over, instead of all these, I'm just going to go over the kind of kings and queens and generals of various different factions, I think, because of the time restraints. Okay. King of Cups, or the King of the Shu, is definitely Liu Bei. No one else matches the vibe. Emotional balance, compassion, diplomacy.
I don't know. Intimidating a whole army by standing outside of playing an instrument is pretty smart.
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt that Kongming absolutely earned his place as the smartest guy there. But the thing is, Guoja is such reality sucks regarding that, because he would have been, it would have been fun to imagine them at could have been if I don't imagine them at their peak, being at the best. It's like Lionel Messi versus, it would have been fun to imagine Lionel Messi versus Ronaldinho, and Roberto Carlos. It would have been fun to imagine. But different goats, different times. Right? Different times, different primes. Yep. But if only, if only they were still at their prime, or if they were still around. It is just a sad truth that Michael Jordan versus LeBron, Michael Jordan in his prime versus LeBron James, that kind of thing, right? So Liu Bei has been represented here as a King of Cups because he represents emotional balance as well as emotional manipulation. I don't think no other character represents this more, because the irony of Liu Bei being the King of Cups is that he betrayed everybody even more so than Lu Bu. He betrayed everybody. Absolute king of betrayal and emotional manipulation. And still, the author picked him as the protagonist because he represents so many of the virtues. It is kind of ironic that that's the case. Like Liu Bei, maybe he's the true villain, and he epitomizes living long enough to become the villain as well. And
he was the revolver ocelot of ancient Chinese literature, LOL.
Yeah, certainly. And the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups is rough because there's no other, there is no real character in the lore or in the novel that I could go with my first choice was one of the lady there was one of his wives, Liu Bei's wives, that in the lore what happened was she was trapped behind enemy lines at Changban when the Cao Cao's army attacked, and she was injured, and she was protecting Lao Shan, or basically Liu Bei's son, the baby son. And she gave the baby to Zhao Yun and said, "Here, take my baby, take my heir." And she jumped into the well so that she wasn't going to be a burden. Just rescue him, right? So that's compassion, emotional stability, and intuition as a Queen of Cups. But I'm not sure if I want that or the other one, which is Yu Wei Ying. Yu Wei Ying, I'm not sure if she's mentioned much in the literature or the lore or the chronicles. Okay, there's two distinction. There's two books, which is Chronicles of the Three Kingdoms and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Romance is the novelization of the events in the chronicles, right? And in the chronicles, I'm not sure if she's actually mentioned at all, if she was a real character, but basically she was Zhu Geiliang's wife. And in many interpretations, her character was the one who came up with all of his inventions. And it's an interesting character choice to have, rather than just one of the ladies who just gave their life, right? And she's also much more well represented in modern media versus the one of her the other ladies, or Liu Bei's giving her Liu Bei's wife who gave her life in a well, and that's the only part that she plays, and it feels that there's her idea of being the mother of invention behind various different things, or the lady behind the genius, which is kind of nice as well. But this is one of my other spots for her. Next up is a General of Cups, and of course it has to be Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun is the longest living general. He's like the dude. He's the guy, right? Because it has talks about romance and charms and pursuit of dreams, but the irony is, I think he never had any like proper children or fathered anybody. Oh, here's a headcanon a lot. There's a huge headcanon regarding Zhao Yun, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this because he never sired their father. I'm not sure how many children he has, like real children, but there's an headcanon or theory that he either may be either A, gay, or B, more likely what's the word, asexual, right? There's a very interesting narrative because he didn't sire children, and he was all like battle. So, but the thing is, this slot is like not having Zhao Yun represented in the card game, the cards, is a crime. And
or C, he was Johnny Bravo.
Hoo-ha. Yep, certainly. Yep. But if we're going with General of Cups, Zhao Yun cannot not be. And the thing is, he's one of those guys who's been represented as being one of the most. He's always the most Bishonen character in the lore. Always. He's always the most attractive. He never has a beard. He never has a beard in his depictions. He's like clean shaven, despite the being like the usual thing would be like characters being like bearded all the time, which gives even more accusations of his kind of like nature. But like he's become the de facto Bishonen character always. So that's about Zhao Yun. And there's things like he is either like one interpretation asexual or gay, and there's another interpretation of him.
The origin of Bishonen, LOL.
Yeah. It's either that he's either gay or he sired different children in secret, right? Who was actually who couldn't be named, right? And last but not least, it's a strategist of cups, which is the other strategist, which is Pang Tong. Pang Tong is famous in the novel for coming up with a chaining various different boat strategy. So he chained. So he's the one who went over to Cao Cao. And Cao Cao was like, oh, "Wait a minute, this is Pang Tong, one of the famous strategists." And Pang Tong was secretly working for for Liu Bei's side, and he was like, "Oh, you're having trouble with your armies because you guys are northern folk, and northern folk don't do very well on ships, right? And you have to fight naval battles across the big river. Here's an idea. Why don't you just chain your boats together? Hey, you just chain your boats together, and that way you're just like a huge moving platform across the water, and then and everybody will be fine across the waves." And it's like, genius. And so basically Cao Cao chains his entire naval army together and built planks, and then his boats all were caught on fire because all of his boats were chained together, because that's what's and instead of just one boat, actually
You guys aren't good at sea-based combat, so why not remove the sea?
Yeah. So basically, yep. He said that, and he just went, "Aha, genius! Thank you, sir, for your abilities." And eventually, they said, "Oops, oh, like boats are made of wood. You're all chained together. Oh, let's actually remove. Let's move the formation away. No, you can't. All your boats are chained together. Oopsies." You know, that's the entire that was his greatest plan, attributed to him anyways. Right. Okay, let's go down to the pinnacles first. We'll go pinnacles and then swords, right? The pinnacles, the King of Pentacles or the King of Coins are Sun Quan, because
it reminds of the military tactic when trying to take a high ground position. Can't take high ground? Remove the high ground.
Yeah. You can't win, Anakin, and have the high ground. But okay, King of Pentacles is Sun Quan, represented here, because he talks about and Sun Quan's a interesting choice because he is third in line. Sun Jian is his dad. Like, Sun Jian is like loyal to a fault, and he died for his loyalty. Sun Ce is an absolute warlord. Well, actually, and his brother is represented here as well. Sun Ce is the absolute warlord, and he conquered that's called the Tiger Conqueror. He conquered and established a foothold in the south, but he died because of hubris, as always, right? And because he was aggressive and just been according to the lore, he died because of the power of mystics or something. But he was shot and was poisoned. Right, and Sun Quan was there to bear the burden, or the financial burden, of all of the conquering his brother did, and he was basically, as his young self, set up to financially be responsible for making the kingdom prosper. So he had a lot of really good politicians under his rule. He set up and stabilized the region, right? And of course, but then because of that, he's basically trapped in a static financial situation where he needs to keep his kingdom running, and keep his defenses, keep the budget, and basically he's stuck in place without anything he could he's not going to invade the north. Invading the north is a dumb idea because there's a river separating them. He could just stay put where he is and then just build up a kingdom in all of its own, right? And so there's his representation of as the King of Pentacles or King of Money. And on the other side is the Queen of Pentacles, and the most important character in the lore that is a woman is the Kiao sisters. The Kiao sisters is the older one is married to Sun Ce, the younger one is married to Zhou Yu, right? And they're basically the ones that are there are names that one of the greatest beauties in the south. Okay, so it's one of the great beauties. It's Consort Zen is one. Diao Qian is one. The two Kiaos is one as well, right? It's one of the great beauties as well. She was basically both of them are basically were promised to the Sun Ce and Zhou Yu, who are like sworn brothers, right? And they established a financial foothold in the south as well because they're important families. But during the invasion of the south, one of the things that Zhuge Liang did was saying that, hey, you know what? Cao Cao wrote a song about the two Kiaos and the Kiao sisters that he wants to bring him in under his harem. And that pissed off Zhou Yu so much. Is that how dare Cao Cao brings his wife and his sworn brother's widow into this? How dare he? We're gonna go to war. Yeah, and that's basically Zhou Yu to as characterized. Is that Zhou Yu's smart, but he's easy to he's always getting angry, right? To a point where Zhou Yu in the lore got so angry at Zhuge Liang. It's like, why the heck? Because he got poisoned at one point, and he was recovering from his wounds. But and it's like, recover from your wounds. Just be chill for a little bit. Just chill for a little bit, and you'll be fine. And Zhuge Liang sent him a letter that aggravated him so much that he died. He's like, and his famous last words was like, why must I be born at the same time as Zhuge Liang? Why? Absolutely. Why must I be born at the same time as Zhuge Liang? Yep. And then he according to some dramatic accounts, he just spewed blood and died. Zhuge Liang has been more responsible.
That is hilarious.
Yep. And Zhuge Liang has been more responsible for death by he actually killed two people in the lore by just his words alone. There's two instances in the romance where he was where he spat bars so hard that the other person literally keeled over. Zhou Yu was the one victim, and then there's another dude who was an old dude who basically said that, oh, you it's like how he tried to fight him with words and this just died immediately. Yep.
Wasn't it before a battle that it happened?
Yes, it was right before a battle. I showed you a video, I think. Remember, if I remember correctly, it's like Zhuge Liang is like Zhuge Liang, you are the you're an abomination to the throne of the Han Dynasty. How dare you betray the Han Dynasty and follow a traitor? You know.
That was a while ago, but I want to see it again. LOL.
Yep. And Zhuge Liang was like, damn it, you are the one are behind the fall of the Han Dynasty. You absolutely did nothing. You sat on your arse, feeding into the feeding into your coffers, did absolutely nothing, and now in your old age, absolutely have done nothing, achieved nothing. You got nothing to prove for yourself, and now you're accusing me of the fall of the Han Dynasty. You are the one responsible. I don't think your ancestors will be rolling in their graves. And then he just went, dead. Basically, he has literally the ability to off somebody just by words alone, and he's done it not once but twice in the
critical hit.
Yep. Oh, he is the real manifestation of vicious mockery. That's what it is. He has literally vicious mockery. He is a bard. He would definitely roleplay as bard. He has vicious mockery, instance of that. He has actually played music so hard that it made an entire army retreat. Like, he would definitely be a bard. In if he was a D&D roleplay, tabletop. He has demonstrated vicious mockery in real life.
His only spell is vicious mockery. He upcasts it all the time. LOL.
Nat 20, let's go. Roll for deception, Nat 20, let's go. Like every single time. Damn it, Zhuge Liang. Oh, okay. I'm so happy that was the case. But okay. Anyways,
flute solo.
Yeah, flute solo. Right. I'm gonna quickly go over the general and strategist of Pentacles, and then the rest of it, and before ending the stream. Okay, because it is very, very late, and we've almost gone over time. Right. Well, but I have 3 more minutes technically before we reach the 4-hour mark. So, General Pentacle is Sunse. Like I said, he is the little tiger conqueror of the family. Right, for hard work, responsibility, and diligence. Yep, General Pentacles, very much so. And Zhou Yu is a strategist of Pentacles because he is literally the guy who explores opportunities and curiosity. But another excellent representation of missed opportunities and irresponsibility, because he was so driven to win against Zhuge Liang that was his hubris. He basically, oh damn it, like Zhuge Liang, like every time, even though he's allied with Zhuge Liang, he said this guy is going to be the real enemy down the road. Okay, trust me on this one. This guy, like if we don't set up there were allies, and it's like, if we don't set up things right now for the future, Zhuge Liang is going to be a biggest thorn in our side. And every single time, it's like, and in his deathbed, the letter that Zhuge Liang sent to Zhou Yu is like, oh, my dearest brother, why must you think of me as an enemy? We should be friends. We should be allies instead of your obsession with winning against me. You can't win against me. Of course, we should be allies. We should be friends. And like Zhou Yu's like, God damn it, that got to him so bad. That is the absolute worst thing to say. And cinema. That was his that was the one that did him over. And you know what's the worst thing? Zhuge Liang showed up at Zhou Yu's funeral, right? And read a eulogy so moving that people said, "Oh, Zhou Yu is just being a bit of an idiot, huh? He's just petty, huh? Poor guy." Like Zhuge Liang was, all he wanted was to be like allies, but
My
Zhou,
goodness, lol.
yeah, Zhou Yu, yeah, absolute cinema. This I like, and Zhou Yu was like and Zhuge Liang was like so manipulative. It's like Zhou Yu was the one at fault here when he himself sent a letter that's so demeaning, vicious mockery. Nat 20 killed the guy. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, let's talk about the last group of folks.
Max Charisma.
Yeah, Max Charisma, literally Max Charisma. Moment, and then King of Swords. I guess Zhuge Liang would definitely be he would be a bard, Max Charisma. There's no other way of describing him as what character he is in D&D. Okay, but anyways, King of Swords, intellectual power. We talk about Dong Zhuo. I mean, Dong Zhuo is the dude that usurped he is the one behind the fall of the Han, like the start of it. Well, there's so many starting points, but I think he was the dude who came in and just went, hey, wait a minute, I have my army with me, and I have the Emperor with me, and screw the rules, I'm in charge. He's literally is the screw the rules, I have army guy. He walks in and he goes in and he becomes a de facto guy who says, you know what? I'm even going to depose the emperor and put the other guy in charge because he's the better emperor. Any objections? No? Okay. Yep. I'm in charge. And he just walks around in court. It's like he walks around. He walks around in court instead of trotting. Like there's a whole oversimplified video about it, right? Go up, read up on Dong Zhuo. He was fun. He's a fun, like most hilariously villainous of villain characters you could imagine. Next up is Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong is the Lady of Fire. She is married to a warlord called Meng Huo. And I'm not sure how much of a fictional character she is, but of course I said earlier that not being represented is a crime for not having her here. In Dynasty Warriors, she has blonde hair because of course she does.
She did DHU Wong.
Yep. Bonk. But the Zhu Rong is basically the warrior queen, exemplified, and we can't not have her represented in the card game. Okay, great already. Not have her represented in the deck. It is important, and because Diao Chan already occupies the High Priestess slot, Zhu Rong goes here as the warrior queen. And General of Swords is Lu Bu. Nobody else. Who else but Lu Bu? I mean, it literally means ambition and determination and assertiveness. There's no other character that represents the more aggression, impulsiveness, disregard for consequences. He is General of Swords. Nobody else, right? Do not pursue him. And the last character is the witch for the strategist of swords, right? And we'll talk about Chen Gong. Chen Gong, it talks about curiosity, new ideas, exploration, but that's mostly true with page cards. Lack of direction, impulsive decisions, and haste. Right, Chen Gong's a bit of a tragic character, right? The thing about Chen Gong is he is a governor that met up with Cao Cao, right? After meeting up with Cao Cao, he said that, wait a minute, Cao Cao is the guy with vision. He's going to be important someday. Right, and I'm definitely going to follow him. Despite this was freshly right after Cao Cao betrayed. Cao Cao attempted to assassinate Dong Zhuo. Yeah, Cao Cao tried to kill this guy, and then he's on the run. And he went and Cao Cao met Chen Gong. Chen Gong said, like, wait a minute, this guy has ambition. Cao Cao's going to go far. I'm going to follow him to the end of the earth. Until there's an event that happened when Cao Cao thought he was going to get betrayed by his family, and he slaughtered everybody due to a misunderstanding. And Chen Gong said, I think it's actually one of the events that I put here. There we go. Cao Cao kills Lu Boshi, right? Better to wrong the world than have it wrong me, Cao Cao retorted, because he thought that he was going to get betrayed by his family, and he thought that he was going to get betrayed by his family, so he murdered them first. Preemptive strike. And it turned out that his family was not going to slaughter him, but slaughter a pig for his feast. It's like, oops. And he ran away. And once he found Lu Boshi, who was out to get some wine for him, and it's like, instead of apologizing for his mistake, he killed him too. It's like,
whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, whoopsie daisy. He killed him too. And he said, why? And Chen Gong went, why do you kill him too? Why kill another innocent man? Is that, well, he's gonna, later he's going to report me to the authorities if he finds the rest of his family slaughtered. Better, but he did nothing wrong. I know, but better I betray the world than the world betray me, right?
Okay, that is an unnecessary doubling down.
He basically said that he's I'm gonna get caught, and then Chen Gong said, dude, this guy is dangerous. And he was going to murder Cao Cao in his sleep, but he went against it and said, you know what? This guy might be necessary for, might be a necessary evil for the future. I'm not going to murder him. I'm just going to simply walk away. Oh, just walk away from this. And in his absolute lack of foresight, well, it's either lack of foresight or knowing Cao Cao's nature, he went and served Lu Bu. He went to be served Lu Bu because he said, I know Cao Cao was going to be in power anyways, but I'm going to have to foil his, I'm still,
oh, no.
Yeah, and I'm going to foil his plans anyways. He went to serve Lu Bu, and he's Lu Bu's brains. And basically he's a strategist behind Lu Bu's everything, right? And it is one of the most tragic scenes as well, because after Lu Bu was caught, right? After Lu Bu was caught and to be executed, right? Chen Gong was there, and Chen Gong's refused to serve Cao Cao. It's like, I know there's things that I know it is irreconcilable, our differences. I know serving Lu Bu would lead me to this point anyways, and it was my best chance to stop you, and I cannot in my conscious mind remain to serve you, and I could do all the things, and Cao Cao begged and begged, please, Chen Gong, please, you can't die here. This is one of those bro moments, right? Chen Gong, you can't die here. You have to serve me, okay? And after begging and pleading, Chen Gong says, take care of my family. And it's what's the most heartbreaking moment in Cao Cao's story? It's oh man. And that is absolutely the, imagine the biting moment that when Chen Gong said that, because it refers back to the fact that Cao Cao murdered his own family. Oh wow, that was peak writing by the guy who wrote it. That's the out of all the moments that was romanticized, that's one of my favorite moments. So it is so bittersweet that happened. Chen Gong has his morals, and his morals has chained him up so that he cannot. Not only that, his moral compass has chained him up so that he can has no other alternative. Yeah, it is such a character moment that defines yeah, it is so sad. But yeah, but anyways, I think that's a great stopping point, right? That's a great stopping point for this video because Talenton
That
said,
is indeed sad.
yep.
You'd think the heartbreaking moment was him dispatching his own family.
No, yeah, like Cao Cao had no remorse for this, had remorse, but but the moment when he met with Cheng Gong, the person who stood behind him for just a brief moment, had to flee him because of the conflict of values, and then in the end having to face him during their last moments, his last moments, and his last words were to take care of my family, which is a biting remark and a determination of character, and it's such a like, that is that is like Cao Cao's moment of being of rather betraying the world, coming back to bite him. That is one of the novel's strongest moments and most emotional heartbreak, right? But damn it, so sad. But it is probably a good time for me to call it a video. It is nights and late, and hopefully that Talenton will find some time to watch the VOD, and hopefully the VOD will be to his liking, because he said he's going to watch this later in the VOD anyways. And this was his idea. And today is that's going to be it for today. And tomorrow's break. And as you can see that I'm on my side, unfortunately, because the seating did not go up. But we discovered a few things regarding the way my seating worked. Good news, bad news. I'll put it in a post anyways. And yeah, that's going to be it for today. And I'm going to thank my members. Go check out some more of my posts in the Discord, as well as my channel, to get updated on what I'm doing and how I'm feeling. But thank you, Epilux, Manta, and Talenton. You guys are going to be up there as the most important members there. But the rest of you guys, Chris Burton, Yelenak, Broson, Ozor, honorary members at the time of streaming, watch vids early, cool badges and emojis whenever you comment. All right, with that being said, thanks for stopping by. It's me, and I'll be back. Like the video if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you want to see more.
Have a good day, Biggie and all.
Click on the bell to get notified when I go live, etc. Have a good day, Manta. Yep, and check out the membership program if you're interested. Get turned into Pokemon. All right, see you.